Yeah, mic test, mic test.
Yours is good. Yours?
Testing the mic, testing the mic, testing the mic.
Good morning from Warner Park. It's bright and sunny. Few clouds around. And we have come to the final day of this tournament. And match is being played in St. Paul's, Connery. But we are here at Warner Park with this match. St. Kitts coming up against Antigua and Barbuda. And just to remind listeners, we would have lost quite a bit of time yesterday due to preparation moisture on the track, and then of course we had rain which further prolonged the wait, and yesterday we were not able to start until after the luncheon interval. In fact, play started at 1:10 yesterday, and we just got in just about 47 overs yesterday before it was called off. Initially there was a situation of where we should have had some 62 overs in the day's play, but then we had further rain, and as a result, play essentially at one point there was another 20 overs left in the day's play. They were not able to get through those 20 overs, and we just had some 47 overs bowled yesterday, at the end of which Antigua and Barbuda, they were 191 for 2. And we had good knocks by Tyrone Williams, who made 75, and Kadeem Henry, he's not out, he's there still, he's on 80, and the other batsman to go is Bartlett. Bartlett Henry, who made 23. I say good morning to Al Edwards.
Good morning to you all, and good morning to those viewing. The context of this game, unless I go with all inside information, is that Antigua needs to win by at least first innings, even if the game draw, which I think we're heading for due to all those stoppages we had yesterday. We're heading either for a draw or a no decision, meaning the innings will not be completed if St. Kitts can show that they have grit to bat after Antigua has posted a score, either the declaration or being bowled out. Yesterday, the bowling attack didn't look as penetrative as we want to. They ended up with 2 wickets against the one-off play. That was Rashid Eddy who picked up those 2 wickets against the one-off play. Just when the batsmen were looking comfortable, they tended to give it up. Having said that, luck wasn't on their side at all. You had Kasim Challenger, this man who was about to open the bowling this morning with an impressive spell. He induced a foul shot from one of the batsmen. It ball went into the stumps, but he looked back to see the umpire's hand outstretched for a no ball. And prior to that, one was banged straight to Larry O'Dane, who grasped it. So we're heading for a tense battle today. We should go all day. The weatherman promises 1 interruption due to rain, or 1 set of rain. Not sure it will disturb the game. It might be to the north or to the south, but the weather looks very unpredictable. Sun now, rain next, sun again, rain again, but we have play now.
So it's a challenger from the far end. Starts the day's play. This one is played up to wide, it's mid off. I think it's looking for early wickets this morning. It's already very hot and steamy out there. See Louis exchanging position there with Cameron Pennyfeather, or Kenneth Pennyfeather, who goes to first slip, and Louis goes to backward square. Over pitched and played down towards third man for 4. So Henry off the mark immediately, and the Antigua account is open. Over pitch delivery, and give the batsman the benefit of the doubt, probably opening the face of the bat and guiding it down to third man. Sounded like a ticker outside edge, but say that he played for that one. Nevertheless, not a good delivery. 4 runs, 195 for 2.
Yes, the batsmen yesterday, Henry and Williams, showed good prowess outside the off stump. That's their zone of hitting.
This time it's going down to backward point, to it's fielded by Drew. So 195 for 2. Of course, 105 overs should be bowled in the day's play. How much of that we will get in, we'll just have to wait and see. And, as Al said, the weather, especially around this time of year, could be rather unpredictable. At one point, it could be bright and sunny. Oh, that's a good one. The appeal goes up and the finger goes up and he's out, caught behind. He seems surprised at the decision, but Allah has certainly heard something. The batsman does not think he has played it. The St. Kitts fielders certainly felt that it was played, and an early breakthrough for St. Kitts.
Well, I heard the tick too. He lives in bewilderment, but the St. Kitts team is confident that he nicked that one. I think he nicked it indeed.
Well,
probably didn't feel it because it was low down on the bat.
Well, the thing is, sometimes, the ball could touch some part of the batsman's body, and I've seen that happen so often. We have players going up in international cricket thinking that the player had played the ball, and then replays, when they review, the replays show that the ball would have brushed some part of the player's body. But the St. Kitts team, suffice it to say, they were very confident that the edge was taken. The batsman was a bit surprised, but the person who matters, umpire Keller Joseph, was convinced that the edge was taken and the finger was raised, and that at the end of the day, that was the most important decision as far as that goes.
I'm with umpire Joseph. There was no body close to the ball. The only thing he can say is maybe his bat struck the pad at the time when the ball was passing. But nevertheless, having said that, the young man, Kasim Challenger, the most penetrative is St. Kitts medium pacers. He deserves that wicket.
Well, you say most penetrative, that's his first wicket. If Eddie would tell you that he was the most penetrative because he got 2 wickets. So, and this, of course, is Challenger's first wicket. So, you know, I would say he looked the most likely to get a wicket. But, of course, was not able to do so. But yesterday, he looked the most likely bowler to get a wicket. But then Eddie was the one who picked up 2. But the only wicket for St. Kitts outside the off stump, through to the keeper. So 195 now for 3. And that's a very good start for the St. Kitts team.
And much better than yesterday. Yesterday there was shots off the back foot, off the front foot, punched into the offside for 6. Hit down through the covers for 4. They were seeing the ball retreat to the boundary very, very often as Williams and Henry laid a very good foundation.
Joel Andrews, the new batsman, is defending quietly. He would have gotten some runs in the last match he played. He would have scored some 88 runs as a matter of fact. So he would have gotten a good half century. So he would be looking to get a good knock here today. So end of the over. And a good start for St. Kitts picking up a wicket.
The pundits on social media are very much concerned about the development of Joel Andrew. They felt that he was thrown in at the deep end against a polished England bowling attack and then discarded without any sort of guidance. And so they're wondering now what's his purpose in this Antigua team playing in this Leeward Islands tournament.
Joel Andrew is still a teenager. And I would not go as far as to say he has been discarded. And probably it's a good thing for him that, he has been left out. I think yes, the exposure is good, but I think he was being pushed a bit too much early in his innings. In fact, one of the mistakes, personally, I think, that the West Indies team and maybe Leeward Islands were making is to put the young man to open the innings.
Yes, they mentioned that too. But don't kill the messenger. I'm only reporting what I saw on social media. The concern.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying it as I see it. And I would have had my say in different quarters about the way he was treated. The young man is very talented, but I think he was being, as we were saying, local plans forced too much and. Given roles, you don't put Joel Andrew, a young man just looking to get his footing. You don't put him in the opening slot against an international team like England per se. And one of my complaints too is that this one turned down to backward square for a single by James, but James is looking for every run he could get. He's charging back for the second one and gets it too. My thing too is that Joel Andrew is very talented, and I think one of the mistakes, that probably they were making in the West Indies setup is to have him playing too much white ball cricket, and not being allowed to develop his game. The best white ball players you get are those who are very good at this is a nice shot through the covers. It goes through extra cover. And he's getting runs here. And back for the second run. So, some of the best players of white ball cricket, when you look at it, are those who are very good before the game at Test cricket. I mean, you could look at the Kohlis, the Steve Smith, Joe Root. All those guys are very good at the red ball game, and when they play the white ball game, they're very good also. This one clipped into the onside, no run this time. So, always felt that, the best way for the young man to move forward is for him to try and develop his red ball skills. And once he masters that, I'm sure he would be a force to be reckoned with. Because he has talent, he has all the shots. There's no doubt about that. I've seen him bat quite a few times, not just on TV, but right here at Warner Park. Up to Louis at mid-off, he feels no run.
Well, that speaks to our discussion we had off air about the development of talent in the West Indies. I think we can spot the talent very early, we can recognize it, but to develop into international standards, this is where we are falling short.
Well, they complain of several challenges, the biggest one financial, but at the same time, Lau said that they didn't have certain facilities and so on, and Viv Richards and the others, they could say the same thing. They didn't have but you still have to realize that the game of cricket has evolved and other countries are moving ahead because they're using finances to put things in place to enhance the game of the cricketers. Having academies program from youth stage. For this reason, they've gone ahead, and we cannot dwell in the past where fellas just used to go on a park and practice and become good, right? Yes, with the limited facilities, I still think our players could be much better than they are now, and I would sort of tend to agree partially with Larry on that, because
in my opinion, I don't think it shows two very good examples because Lau himself was immensely talented, excellent hand-eye coordination. His talent was above average in this region. Once in a while we get those.
Oh yes.
Maybe once every 20, 30 years.
Yeah, because
and then just went on to Viv. The Viv era had a fire in the belly. You cannot coach that. You cannot develop. And just in the training became as a part of it. That was, it's a fire that you see it all over. When a fire is lit, it's very, very, very hard to control.
Yeah, and you have to think back to the West Indies team that went to Australia at one point on the Clive Lloyd and was severely beaten. I think they lost that series 5-0.
And then came back the very next year with revenge in their hearts.
This one is typical Joel Andrew, stepping out and playing over extra cover, in fact, over the man there at Whitish mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. Well-timed shot.
Well-timed shot, well-aggressive shot, showing disrespect to the medium pacer.
So the 200 would have come up with that 4-4 Antigua. He's over the top once more. This time over extra cover and down to the boundary for 4.
I'm not so sure liking this aggressive mode. It's very aerial and you can get away with it at this level, but
well, the mid-off and mid-on is up and he's clearing them quite nicely. There's absolutely nothing wrong with those two shots. The bowler is pitching. In fact, the bowler to me is over pitching, and the batsman is playing it well. He's giving him the treatment.
That's my this level because
he's getting them away from fielders, so he'll get away in any level of the game.
I beg to differ.
Once he plays it, over the fielders.
I saw him play for the Leopards it wasn't starting, and he got away with it once.
I understand where you're coming from, Al, but the point I'm making is that you have to play the situation as it is. Challenger is just a medium pacer. He's not a Hazelwood, for example. And he's over pitching, and the batsman is giving him the treatment. So I think the young man, I'll disagree with you there. He's playing well, and he's defending well also. It turns into the onside count. So it's not like he's jumping down the wicket and looking to attack the bowler. It's up in his half, and he's playing some very good shot and playing for 4.
The first one he did, he jumped on the wicket and looked to attack the ball.
Well, he used his feet well. He didn't lift his head. He was well balanced. There was no one out there, and he played the shot well. And the ball just a couple bounces inside the boundary, and it's not like he ran down the wicket carelessly. And as far as I'm concerned,
My point is a futuristic point, because he practices now at this level, and then when he gets to the next level, he wants to do it. And I've seen him do it.
He has to play the situation, and I think we're going on, but I can't agree with you all.
Well, we'll have to agree to disagree.
Right, so this one is run down to mid-off, and this time it's Kofi James who's feeling, and there's no run. Track, of course, the batsman obviously trusting the bounce of this Warner Park track. It has been good. So far, it's a good track on which to bat, and a track on which you can play your shots, and playing into the offside. And I was having a discussion with a member of the coaching staff of the Navy's team just recently, and he was asking me what I thought of the performance of the Navy's team. And I did point out one or two players who were batting as if they were afraid to get out. And this is one of the problems with some of the batsmen. You get balls to hit, and you don't want to get out. And to me, that shows a lack of confidence in part. And if it's there to be put away, put it away. But, you just have to be very selective with the shot you play. It is the bowler bowling from this pavilion end.
Good score, or whether or not they play the situation.
Well, I'm not too certain about playing for position in this tournament, because as singles, in fact, they're getting 2. The Barbuda Island squad is already.
I'm talking about the position in the Navy squad itself.
Well, that might be so, but the players I was referring to, you could say there are certainties in the Navy setup. So it was not a question of playing for position, probably.
I said it appeared that way.
Yeah, it appears, but, one has to put what's in front of you.
Well, you can say that as a commentator, but we're not sure what exactly the coach is telling me. Did he intimate anything like that?
Well,
what exactly?
Like I told you, I had a conversation with the coach, and he was asking me, and I told him, and he agreed with me that the players could have been a bit more, well, aggressive and look to score more. Right? You cannot allow bowlers to dictate and bowl to you. Right? You have to be able to put the pressure back on bowlers, or else you might bat for a whole day and do not get a good score under your belt. But here Antigua doing quite well. They are 209 for 3. They have lost an early wicket, and the track continues to play well. The bounce is good, and St. Kitts, of course, looking to restrict runs. Now he was stepping out. This is a bad shot. He was never really to the pitch, and he went through with the shot, and he got it as far as mid-off, and it was O'Dane who ran around and took the catch. But he was...
My case.
Well, Ali was never in position for that shot. He ran down the pitch. The ball was angled away from him, and he looked to still go through with the shot. Played slightly across the line, and it got high up on the bat, and he was on his way. And that certainly was not a good shot.
And he was encouraged by the two he played earlier, at least the first one.
Well...
So my point is, and as a good lawyer, I think I should rest my case there.
Yeah, I think you should have, because...
Andrew goes back to the pavilion.
I'm not going to agree with you.
For how many he scored there?
He played those two shots. He played them well. But
made 8.
Then that shot he made. I think he scored 2 boundaries.
Yes.
So
as a bowler, I wouldn't have mind giving him 4 boundaries. 16 is a good score for a top batter to go back to the pavilion with, from a ball for the fielding team standpoint.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, Al, is that the ball was angled across him, right? He didn't. It was not up in the slot. The previous deliveries that he struck for 4 were deliveries right up in the slot, but this one was short of a good length, and he was looking to force the point. He was looking to preempt a shot. So
you don't think Mikhail or Ward would have gone down and tell Kasim, just pull it back a bit?
Exactly. That's a possibility.
And my point is, that is what would happen at that next level. So why practice it here? You have all the shots in the book. Wait around for the bad balls and you can put them.
Well, he put away 2 bad balls already, and this is
that was not a bad ball.
That one was not a bad ball. As I told you, the length and line of this
Answer
one
the question.
was different.
Why practice it here when you know you cannot do it at another level?
I'm not getting you, Al.
Why should you want to do that to Kasim challenge and you know you can't do it anywhere else?
Well, that's the way he plays.
Okay.
But what I'm saying, the 2 shots he played previously were good shots. But this one, you must give credit to the bowler. The bowler would have pulled back his line a bit.
But that is what I'm saying. Right. Any other bowler apart from young, inexperienced Kasim challenger would have done that.
I know.
Somebody whispered it in his ear.
I know, but what I'm saying, I'm not discounting that. The point is, the 2 previous shots were very good shots indeed that he got for 4. But here we saw the over-exuberance of the young man, and he has a tendency to do this at time. He gets out that way quite often, where he attempts to jump down the wicket to the wrong deliveries. Right? I'm not discounting the fact that he has been playing some bad shots, but that was not one for him to be jumping down at. And if you notice, he was in a rather ungainly position. His balance was not right for that shot. The 2 previous shots, the balance were right. And, it would have been good to have a replay of these shots, but we are not blessed with that. And we would have seen the difference. As a matter of fact, those that he struck over the offside, they were more or less an half stump, center and half, and this one was more on center and leg stump angled across him, and he was in no position to go for the shot. He just jumped down as if he premeditated that one and skied it. So,
I want to push a bit further. What do you think would be the discussion between him and his coach at this time?
Well,
I bet if you were his coach, what would you have said to him?
Well, the key thing is that it's a question of he being more selective, right? You do not want to curb his game totally, but it's a question of mind games, and this is where he should have realized that he would have hit challengers over the top a couple of times, and Challenger would have adjusted his line. He should have realized that. Challenger would have adjusted his line quite nicely. And like I say, credit to the bowler also, but certainly a bad shot. This one is pushed into the offside. New batsman Kofi, in fact, the captain for this match, Kerry Mago, he picks up 2. Joel Andrew himself knows that when he gets out in that way, he would have been playing bad shots. And the thing about that shot, he played against the angle of the ball. The ball was angled across him. And short of a good length, which made a big difference.
Well, as his coach, I would go and ultra on him. Take these shots out of your wardrobe. You don't have to play those type of shots to score. You're far more talented than that.
Well, it's
I'm telling you.
It's Eddie who goes in now.
I'm not a cricket coach.
Who goes in now, and this one is turned into the onside. Go straight to the man there, Drew, who fields the end of the over. In fact, it's the first delivery of the over. So Senkit's coming back today and picking up 2 wickets, I would say quite cheaply. Tiga still has quite a bit of batting. The goal is there. And, of course, Kofi James. So Senkits would have their work cut out, but they certainly would be looking to make much more inroads into the Antiguan innings.
Well, Senkit's son was glad to see the back of Henry this morning, who had a good showing yesterday, both Henry and Williams. They were confident.
This one is pushed into the offside up towards extra cover. James is back for the second run. And those two will take him to 15 and take the score to 215 for 4. Remind listeners that Senkits would have won the toss yesterday and inserted Antigua. Shortened his play yesterday. Nicely pushed, but straight to extra cover. Captain Terence Ward is there.
Paying a lot of attention to polishing the ball. Seems he has designated himself the polisher, both him and Mikhail Louis, trying to maintain some shine on it.
Eddie once more turned into the onside, but straight to that looks like a skeet out there. The emergency fieldsman. And the fields not playing in this game, not being selected for this game. And I guess I'll have to look around to see who's off the field for Senkits. Ward is there, the keeper Richards. Flashed about straight toward that extra cover. No run. So Clayton Skeet on. I'm trying to pick out who is missing out there as the overcome stone and you out.
It's 2:15 for 4. 2 early wickets going down today. They toiled all day yesterday and picked up 2 wickets late in the afternoon. This morning they got 2 early wickets. And they've brought the standing captain Kerma go to the crease along with Kofi James, who look like he's going to build his innings. Challenger will continue. Successful for the morning. He picked up the 2 wickets so far. 4 defensive will go. Kofi James exploring the possibility of a single. It's not on. A drive to the offside, but straight to the fielder. Not so much of a drive, more of a tentative push. Come on, Penny Feather, keeping fit, doing some calisthenic work down there, push-ups while in the slips between the period when the ball is going back to the bowler. Anxiously waiting for edge to come his way. A quick single, an attempt at shine at the stumps. Doesn't connect. Skeet misses. And the yeah from Gore, followed by a dash off and a response from Kofi James. So Antigua will want to post a decent total to give Senkis chase, and hopefully they would bowl them out and tie the top of the tables. A drive to the offside, somewhat of a misfield, and then a recovery. Single. Score moves up to 217 for 4. They started at 191 for 2. Lost Henry and Andrew, both to Challenger. One dugout, almost yacked him. Finally, the edge that Pennyfield was waiting for. Sorry, that exactly edge he was waiting for, because that was all along the ground. He wants it to come straight to hand. But that was edge along the ground. Pennyfield picked it up. No harm done. Nothing to the score. No runs. Still 217 for 4. Eddie will continue. He picked up the 2 yesterday. Wicketless this morning. Kofi James to face. Turned into the onside. There's a man there forward of square. A Skeet. Left-handed Skeet. Flicks it back to the keeper. And there goes Mr. Polisher. Polishing the ball, the captain. Trying to maintain the shine. It's 50 plus overs old. Rashid, Bob, Eddie. Bob or Bobby. Shot wide outside the outside. Yes, Carla wide, even at this level. It's really outside that popping crease. As Carl Tuckett extends his arms. Score moves on by 1 with that extra 118 for 4. Eddie continues. Much better line this time, driven straight up the track. Almost a chance for 1 out. It goes just barely making back in before Tariq's throw missed the stumps.
Good bit of work there by Tariq, not the quickest of movers in the field for St. Kitts. Carries a few pounds around. But in the end, he got across quickly enough to prevent the batsman from taking that run. In fact, they were thinking of a single and then they had to retreat to their creases.
Stick outside edge, down to the boundary now for 4.
Well, they say when you flash hard, and that took the outer edge and flew over Penny Feather, who was at slip and down to the boundary before the batsman didn't even bother to move from their creases except to meet in the middle to have a chat after the ball had crossed the boundary. One thing I would say about the Antigua batting today, it has been positive. They have been looking to score runs.
Well, you could have said the same thing about yesterday because Henry and Williams were calculated, calm, and confident. They played their shots, they waited with the bad balls. Anything shot, they were quick to get into the wicket and put it up past the boundary or even punch it into the offside. Anything in the arc, as we saw Williams and Henry lift the spinners over the inner ring and defended quite confidently, solidly, with a broad bat, similar to what Kofi James is doing here today.
I wonder if Cameron Pennyfeather is carrying a bit of a niggle. We have not seen him bowl yet in this match. We have seen bowlers, Eddie, Challenger with his third spell this morning. Eddie, he bowled yesterday, came back this morning. And we have not seen Pennyfeathers yet.
And here we go with James with the mold from yesterday. A short, innocuous delivery sent over to the football side with a message.
Yes, and Eddie is just military medium, as some people describe it. Not much pace, and he cannot afford to be too short on this Warner Park track. And James just wrapped back and swung it over mid-wicket. Helmet is going out, so perhaps, in fact, yes, we're going to see the first bit of spin today. It's going to be Tariq Newton from the far end, so he is replacing Challenger, left arm orthodox leg spinner, and it looks like he's coming around the wicket.
So says Keller Joseph, and she's very demonstrative in indicating to Goa that you're going to have a left arm around the wicket.
In fact, Challenger has gone off the field. The emergency fieldsman is out there. See him with his one of his pant foot, his left pant foot rolled up, and he's heading towards the dressing room. So he seemed to have sustained some sort of injury, probably a bruising of the shin.
Drive to the outside for the first ball. Was well up in Goal's half. He gets 1. Mid-pitch conference. Short conference from Captain Go. Just 1 or 2 words. With that, Go remarks his guard, plants his foundation. An indication that he will be staying all day. Similar shot. Push down to point cover region. Single. Reinforcement being brought in for the offside. I want to plug that gap. I want to plug that possibility of that easy single they've been getting. So you now have a cover and a backward point. And extra cover. Wide mid off. And a slip. That's the offside. A hard drive. Mikhail Lewis is there. Using his entire length to stop that one. Goal remains on strike. Outside half stump. There's nothing to do with that one. No interference. And Newman comes in, he's back, punching through the offside, through the gap. They can get one. Newman, very wide, almost wide in 2-day cricket circles.
So Newman completes his first over of the day. Fairly quiet over. And perhaps sending one a bit wide. Probably trying to lure the batsman into a fault shot. And it was so wide, the batsman just ignored it and allowed it through to the keeper. But we're going to see another bowling change. It's Clark who will pick up the attack from the media centre end to 29 for 4, Antigua and Barbuda.
Jaheim Clark, he opened the bowling with Jeremiah Louis yesterday. Young man was not very successful in terms of the wickets column. Roughed up by the openers.
See a few tourists coming into the park. Looks like 4 adults and 2 toddlers. In fact, one seems to be a baby. So
they must have come off the ship. There's a ship in the harbour today. I missed the other one the other day. There was a small ship there. We didn't get any tourists.
It's not a tourist. In fact, he's out. Full pitch delivery, played tamely to Tariq Newton and Karim goes. That's not a tourist ship though, Al. It's the book boat, the Logos. Seems as though there's some improvement on the ship now. It looks like a mini cruise ship, but it's not a cruise ship. It's there in the harbour still, but you won't see it because of its size. And I myself, for one moment I thought it was a cruise ship when I was coming into Bastille and the site, but then was quickly told, no, that's the person referred to, a bus driver referred to it as the book boat. So it's still in the harbour and still accepting visitors, of course. You know, people they do go there and they purchase their reading material. Many textbooks and so are purchased. But nowadays people do not do much reading. And so the question is, what other material? I think they do have some music on board, so, but it's out in the harbour and I guess people will be visiting, but Antigua and Barbuda 5 wickets down. The new batsman is L.Y. Francis Jr. First wicket to Clark, and probably the worst delivery as bowled. Full pitch delivery. Played straight to mid wicket by Go, who must be kicking himself at the moment.
I can hear the bat being thrown across the dressing room now for a player shot like that, just when he's about to settle. And he bowls another full toss. This time Francis clips it to the left of the man who took the catch and picks up 2 runs.
Well, why not? He just got a wicket with a full toss, so I guess he said, let me try it again. I just might be lucky a second time. But Francis played it well, though. Just pushed it into the onside. Not looking to hit it too hard.
A shot that we've described, not many people have described in recent time, but glance. This one is a drive up to mid-on. Michael Louis is there.
Sankis has done well today, though. They have been able to pick up wickets. 3 of them. No appeal from the bowler, though.
No appeal from the bowler. That was clearly going down leg. Probably just making sure the umpire is awake.
Tourists are leaving. Probably just came in to say they were in Warner Park.
Taking a walk. A walk of Bastia. Choosing the opportunity to meet people and visit new places. Learn a bit of the history. Wide outside the house stump. No interference.
So Newton will continue from the far end.
We had a long spell yesterday. Bowled wicketless. Orthodox spin, just varying his pace and length and trying to tease the batsman outside the off stump into a foul shot. We didn't see any foul shot. Instead we saw patience from the Antigua batsman. And
well, that's interesting. All the adults have gone down the steps. In fact, they are coming back now because
they left the kids.
One of the kids is seated on the grass, and now they are going to retrieve her.
That one goes all the way as Kofi James steps into it and strikes it into the empty stands for 6.
Yes, and that one was struck in the direction of that kid over there, but it seemed to have struck the upright of one of the upright, or probably the railing.
Umpire Joseph checks the ball to make sure that it is all right after hitting Colin with the railing, the firm iron railing. This time that one banged out to mid-off, no one. Just quicker, flatter. You know, allow James to get on there. Again, he pushes it out in the offside, a dive in. Is that what? Dive in Ward saves the one. And the flirting and teasing continues with Newman. Short, he pulls this time and pulls well, hard, high. One bounce into the boundary now. 4 runs. A 6 and a 4 in this over so far. 10 runs to Kofi James to add to his score. Francis was beaten on that occasion. Showed the face of the bat, ball moving away in true orthodox leg spin fashion. A little turn, slow turn, but Francis didn't read it and went into the keeper's hand. Lucky to have gotten away without an edge.
Newman rather. He's not giving it much flight. He's pushing through. You saw one delivery push through, which was short and pummeled through mid-wicket for 4. And perhaps he could vary his pace a bit more and look to, at least try and get some purchase from this docile Warner Park track. A couple more toes in at this moment.
Flicked off the pads, Kofi James just jogs off to admire his shot. It's 4 runs.
Yes, young Clark has been guilty of attacking the pads of the batsman too much. He got away with a full pitch delivery. He was able to pick up a wicket earlier on, but he has a tendency to be leg side-ish on the pads of the batsman, and Kofi James, who is a quality player, clipped him through mid-wicket for 4.
Give his young Clark. Will he learn? Shot outside the off stump this time. Pushed into the offside. Larry is giving chase. 2 runs to Kofi James. That's 6 in the over. 16 quick runs in the last 2 overs for Kofi James. What's his score? How much Kofi James got?
Oh, Kofi James is on 42. To 48 for 5 this score. But it seems as though the score is not up to date. I think LY Francis has more than 2. So,
Bang to the offside. Bang to the offside. Ball held up in the thick outfield, and they got 2 more. So another landmark for Antigua and Barbuda. They're on to about 250 for 5. Or you think at some point they want to declare if you think his team can't bowl them out?
well, I'm not too certain on that one because, like I said, based on feedbacks I've had,
Edge down the leg side, will challenge the boundary. Get into the boundary now. 4 runs.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see what transpires as the day progresses. And it's now 2:54 for 5. Seeing Francis on Elroy Francis is on 2, but we'll get that sorted out.
Yeah, I think it's 2 here. The only scoring that he played was the 2-2 thing. And then Kofi James took over. Clark pushed into the outside, no one this time. Come on, pretty for is there. They've dispensed with the slip. As he raises his hand now to indicate a bye to the score.
So it's 2:55 for 5, and Kofi James, he is on 48, and Elroy Francis is on 2.
Well, the ball came off with the last ball of that over, and so Kofi James has no chance to make a half century. That would be the third half century among the Antiguan batsmen. Newman to continue, and he roughed up Newman in the last over, punishing him for a 6 and a 4, as Newman tried to flight one outside the house stump to invite James into some unwise shot, but he struck it well. It went all the way for 6. A cut shot into the outside, 1-1. He's looking for 2. He's looking for his half century, and he will get 2-2. And here comes the applause from his teammates.
Good half century by Kofi James, coming in almost a run of ball in quick time, 50 from 51 deliveries.
Yes, and they need to score quickly if they intend to declare by lunchtime and post something for Sankits to go after. They'll have all afternoon up to 5:30 to bowl out the Sankits team.
Well, going at 4.34 runs per over, which is pretty good for the match, fairly good asking rate, but I suspect you're suggesting that they need to up the tempo a bit more.
No, they're on target, in my opinion. Lunch is another hour and a half away. That's almost 20 overs. 20.
I think though on the other side of the spectrum, the Sankits team would be hoping to dismiss the Antigua team as quickly as possible.
But we have not seen the build-up of pressure to yield to wickets, to lead to wickets. We've seen some wickets being taken off of some bad balls, but I tend to pull a short one down to backward square. This morning, Kermode will bang a full toss into the arms of Tariq Newton. Joel Andrew was injudicious charging challenger and paid the price. So we're not seeing the situation as if wickets will be taken, but to use your words, most of the wickets were against the one of play.
The bowling for Sankits hasn't really shown any bite. And although Challenger looked good, he certainly at times, strayed from line and length, and he was not consistent.
He picked up 257 in 13 overs. So that
It's a water break though, and we'll take the opportunity to have a water break also. When they come back, please. Right. We're back here at Warner Park. The players, officials have refreshed themselves and play about to restart after a well-deserved water break. It's hot and humid out there. Antigua having lost some 3 wickets today, 262 for 5 from 60 overs, and going at a good rate, 4.37. Clark will continue from this the media center end. And for St. Kitts, the field is more or less in run-saving position. No one made to the bat, no slip in place. Nice shot to the offside, beats Ward to his left at extra cover. They're getting a couple runs here. So the field placing reflects the situation of the game, perhaps reflecting the way the strip is playing. And we see the offside being strengthened for Kofi James, another fielder being placed there at extra cover. So there are 2 extra cover, and there's a cover deep. There's also a backward point and mid-off. That's the offside field. And on the onside, we do have a mid-on, short mid-wicket, rather straight. Square leg just forward of square. And long leg back on the boundary. This one is lifting it over the top. And it seemed to have cleared the media center. And they're gone for a massive 6. A good shot. 270 now for 5 Antigua and Barbuda. So Jaime Clark has been rather expensive. 1 for 67. And this is only his 9th over. So he's going at over 7 runs per over, 7.88 runs per over. Moves away. Short. Stay down to backward point. This is a better delivery and defended by Kofi James. Kofi James' strike rate has gone above 100. 62 runs. So far they have come from some 60 deliveries. L.Y. Francis Jr., he has faced some 7 deliveries. He just has 3 runs. Kofi James has been having most of the strike. Short and wide, and they stayed into the offside for a single. So the first over after the drinks break comes to an end.
Antigua pushes on with a massive 6 and some extra runs in that over, yielding about 9 runs in that over. And as I said, Kofi James has been farming the bowling. Again, he took the single off the last ball of the over. L.Y. Francis Jr. forced to watch on from the non-striker's hand. Was a Kimbo. When he will he get a strike?
Farming the bowling, of course, does not suggest that he's protecting L.Y. Francis Jr. He came in at number 7, and he's one who could score very quickly, and he's also an accomplished batsman, but Kofi James probably counting deliveries and picking up singles at the end of each over, so he could retain the strike. He's on 63 from 62, probably looking for a ton here today. Draws away, gets it as far as backward point. Ward is there, no run.
It certainly looks like he's competent enough to get 100.
Well, he's a frontline batsman, not only for Antigua, but he's swinging this one over mid-wicket, or in fact, it's into a straight mid-wicket position, and he was able to pick up 2. He's an accomplished batsman. He's played for the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots as a batsman. He has played for the Leeward Islands as a batsman over the years, and with his useful off spin. So, rather accomplished player. Well, at least in these circles. 65 for 5. Oh, so 65 from 65 delivers, sorry. Kofi James.
$273 for 5. From 61.5 overs. Going at a good rate. this way they're in line to score 400 runs.
So 273 for 5. We have had 62 overs completed. Tariq Newman remains wicketless. He is not for 53. But he has not really troubled the batsman. You know, they have been able to play him quite comfortably. We have not seen the other spinner, Terence Ward, the captain, into the attack this morning. Young Jaheim Clark will continue.
And this time Francis gets a knock.
Short and punched into the offside. Too short from young Clark. Packed offside field though. So at least he's bowling to his field.
Well, as you said earlier, they've dispensed with the slip and strengthened the offside.
This time he is more or less on the pads of Francis, who is driving up to mid-on.
Louis comes around and prevents a single.
Too short, but straight to cover. DeAndre Drew, he feels. So he's getting away with these short deliveries. The cover field, the cover area is well packed. There's a short cover and there's a cover also 3/4 way out towards the boundary. There's also an extra cover and a mid-off in place.
Penny shot too early.
Defended, and it goes back up the track. It just rolls back up the track. And Ward comes around, picks up for the young man.
Need to just delay a bit on that shot and get it to between him and the backhand point and cover. There is a gap there. He can get at least 2. But then, no, he couldn't get 2. He'll probably get 1 because there's a sweep out 3/4 to the boundary.
Clark once more. Short again. This time he gets it down to third man. Stays it down towards the third man boundary, but it's a bit sluggish out there. And the ball does not go all the way. So 2 runs to Francis. There's no one down in the third man area. So easy to pick up runs down there, but
maybe he has an AP because he played a late cut, listening to me. A late cut and got 2 runs. In fact, the other gap, the one to the left of Lavia there in that backward point.
It's a Yorker length delivery dug out there by Francis. And something different there from the bowler.
He has to try something.
In the end, safely handled.
Apart from the full toss that he got the wicket with, we didn't see anything that is bothering the batsman. He's 1 for 70. So he tried a Yorker on that occasion. It didn't work.
So Newton will continue looking for his first wicket in this match. Probably he could try a full toss or 2. We have seen full tosses being effective. Posing challenges to the batsman, so who knows? So when he tosses it wide and it's driven up to cover for singles, Keith is there feeling.
He tried that one before, putting it wide and asking cover James to reach for it. The previous occasion he deposited it into the standard. This time he just knocked it out into the covers.
This time he does not press shot.
That's Elroy Francis Jr. this time.
Gets it up towards mid-on. And Clark gives chase. Just a single. The ball traveling rather slowly. Long on was coming in off the boundary, but he had a long way to come in, and Francis got to the ball long before Larry O'Dane had gotten to it. Quicker, another single in the same direction.
It appears if L.Y. Francis Jr. borrowed a helmet from the Antigua Falcons team. This one is quite different to what we've seen from the batsmen so far.
I think he was a part of the Antigua Falcons setup. Kofi James, of course, in a different color helmet. Looks like blue or green, and we saw all the batsmen in maroon helmets. Oh, this one was very wide. The batsman followed it and didn't play a shot at it, just followed it and gave the impression that he was playing a shot while he was not. So another over comes to an end, 278 for 5, 64 overs completed.
Jaheim Clark will continue. We're in number 9, 1 for 70. He was roughed up by the openers, and now that the openers have departed, the captain has chosen this opportunity to give him an extended second spell.
Single down to long on.
Score inching closer to the 300 mark. I suspect they'll want to get at least 400. So the ownership will be upon these two batsmen to get there, or even close there, and then depend on the tail to finish off.
Sun really blazing down now here at Warner Park. We do see a few clouds in the southern area. Weather extremely good at the moment though. Here's a rare defensive shot. We're seeing a lot of pushes and steering going on out there.
Well, that one was required some defensive work. It was on target, good length, shot of a good length, on the stumps.
Short, he picks up the line, allows it to. Francis by nature is an aggressive batsman, but he seems to be settling in here to play a long innings. No real hurry to score.
Here is Clark. Right also the option spanked, extra cover.
This time he's clipping into the onside up to square leg, but just a single. Skeet quickly in. And just one more to the score. Over comes to an end, and this time it seems as though L.Y. Francis Jr. has worked a number on Kofi James taking a single off the last delivery, probably giving him a touch of his own medicine, and he retains the strike.
He's moved on to 7 from some 22 deliveries. And now we're going to face Tariq Newman, who continues a marathon spell.
There's Newman kicking it away. Going across and not getting enough time to get down. He tried the boot, but in fact, he pushed it further away from himself and allowed a single.
And now Kofi James has the rest of the over. 5 balls to push on his score.
He's lifting this one over the infield, over wideish long off. It hits the stand over there and comes back into the field. So a massive blow there by Kofi James.
Second time he has played that shot to Tariq. Both of them going for maximums. For a moment on that occasion, they might not wait long after he had a chance, but
74 from 71. So he's into the 70s now. And no doubt eyeing up 100. And why not? The conditions are good out there for batting. He's well set. He's well entrenched at the moment. Gets one down the leg side and turns it into the onside. Quickly through for the first run, back for the second. So Kofi James is really motoring along. 76 from 73. Strike rate more than a run a ball at this point. .289, 11 away from 300. Too short, but not being able to capitalize on this one. Single up to long on. Over comes to an end, and Kofi James retains the strike.
they've been playing cat and mouse all morning, robbing each other of the strike.
Does not seem as though L.Y. Francis Jr. minds, though.
I think he has the instructions.
Of course, it's a team game. We are going to see the captain of the Sinkers team for the first time today. That's Terrence Ward.
Ward has had enough of Clark. Was not very threatening. And he's going to bowl to at least one settled batsman in Kofi James.
So Terrence Ward, the first time today, goes in from the media center end. And James is respectfully pushing this one up to short extra cover. And there's no run. So similar feel in run saving position. James gets one which turns just ever so slightly into him, and he gets it into the onside for a single. Let's look at the field. There's a backward point, cover about halfway out, extra cover, and Now, in fact, the long off is being brought into a mid-off position. Backward square is being brought from off the boundary into a short backward square. Short fine leg, short mid-wicket, and deep mid-wicket.
The ball appears to want to squeeze Edward Francis into a bad shot.
Francis is looking for a run, which Kofi James turns down.
James recognized that the ball was going to Clayton's key to the left-hander and to his left.
And Francis is defensive. So it seems as though Francis is in for the long haul. No attempt, 291 for 5, with time slipping away. Antigua in a very good position at this point. No attempt to be aggressive. Nice drive though, but it goes straight to mid-off. As the over comes to an end, yes it does. And it's 291 for 5 Antigua from 67 overs.
We have had 3 half centuries so far from the Antiguan batsmen. They seem to be well on course for their objective of at least 400 runs before even consideration of declaration. We've seen the Edward Francis Jr., the last man in since the figure went down, building an innings, looking to stay for the long haul, giving support to Kofi James, who's going at more than a one ball for his strike rate.
Seems as though we're going to have a change in with the wicketkeeper. And it looks as though it's going to be Ewett Drew to take up the gloves. Not Ewett Drew, DeAndre Drew. Ewett Richards seemed to have left the field after that over. So DeAndre Drew will be picking up the wicket-keeping duties behind the stumps. But Kofi James still marching on, 78 from 77 deliveries. Francis is on 8 from 27 deliveries. Players appear to just be going through the motions out there. This has been a long spell from Tariq Newman. He's in fact in his 18th over overall. Nice bit of fielding there by Ward at backward point. It was to his left. He threw himself to his left and stopped what might have been a couple of runs down to the third man area. Nice drive out towards cover. It's in the gap. They should get at least 2. And they do. Antigua and Barbuda inching closer to that 300 landmark. Quietly pushed back upon the onside by Kofi James. Batsmen out there do not appear to be in any real hurry. Back to the bowler. Sticks down the left hand, which is his good hand. The ball takes his fingertips and goes behind him. Should have saved that run. And one more to the score as the over comes to an end.
Just 6 away from one of their landmarks, 300 runs. 5 wickets down. I suspect 400 will be the target, and that's what they told LY Francis, don't come back until we've been close to 100, 400. Because although he's been known to hit the ball quite some distance, he has curbed his aggression and looked more to play a supporting role. He's supported with 8 runs so far and obligingly giving over the strike to Coffee James when it matters most. Here they walk through for a single. Off of what? The score inches closer to 300. .1 overs bowled. A new ball to be taken in the next 12 overs. Here's Elroy Francis covering up, knocking it back to Ward, down the track. Ward was very successful against Team Anguilla. Picked up 5 wickets in the first innings. I was also part of the bowling squad that bowled out Anguilla in the second innings to claim full points. Now they're leading their tables. They need good take by the substitute keeper down the leg side. It was down the leg side and turning in the further. He judged it well, went down and picked it up. A drive to mid-off and a quick single. Misfield. I'll come back for 2. And they'll get 3.
Good run in there by the Antiguan batsman, capitalizing, on the tardiness of the St. Kitts fielder there.
Here is Ward again, this time to bowl to Coffee James. 3 runs, James is now the striker. Out to the outside, asking for the single, it's not there.
So Ward completes his first over of the day. And in fact, that's not his first over. He would have bowled an over previously, but fairly tidy over, conceding 3 down 2 was a long off boundary. But like the other bowlers for St. Kitts, the rather innocuous. We saw some slaughter on there from Ward and not really troubling the batsman. And these batsmen have been very comfortable out there.
Here is Newman. Forward goes Francis. The encouragement continues on one man, Mikhail Louis. Under it forward defensive, full face up the bat. Allowing the bowler to read Stuart Surridge or Gray Nichols. This one is outside, outside. Way outside the house stump. Francis teasingly follows it. A drive to the right of Louis, who comes across and feels well. Still stuck on 298. What will happen now? A sweep shot, and they're going into 300. This will lead at least 2 runs. We should have heard a round of applause for the 300, but I guess they're looking only for the individual milestones. Team milestones, 300 for 5. Just about 70 overs. Bang back hard at, it was a half-hearted effort from him. Larry Dane comes from, sprinting in from wide, long on to pick up the batsman, get 1-1. Francis will face the next over.
Well, Francis now showing signs of aggression. It seems as though he's ready to step up another gear. We saw some aggressive shot in that particular over. So perhaps he thinks that it's time to put the foot down on the accelerator, but let's wait and see how his approach continues to be at this point. Antigua in a very strong position though. 301 runs on the board with just some 5 wickets down. So it would be interesting to see how Francis. James has been going at a good clip, but Francis has been rather slow.
Well, just for you all, pulls a short one into the boundary.
Well, I don't know if that's an answer because it was a rather poor delivery there from Terence Ward. It was short, it was down the onside, and at any time of the innings, any batsman would have been happy to put that one away.
He moves on quickly to 18. The score pushes on to 205. They've just started the uphill battle to the 400 target without being bowled out, and then they'll be in the driving seat to determine whether they want to declare or not. For defensive. After the big boundary, Francis has cooled down. Driving this time straight to, this time no misfield.
Well, after the big boundary, the water tightened up.
Single, out to mid on, long on. Single to Francis. End of the over.
Yeah, so by my calculation, we have just under an hour split to go before the first session comes to an end today. Probably just over 45 minutes, I should say. And Antigua in a strong position. Whether or not they have designs on clearing, it's left to be seen. We'll just have to wait and see.
There's new one, a big hit, and Kofi James just rocks back in his crease, throws that one into the stands. Signal 6, and he goes closer to the 3-figure mark.
Just 12 runs away. Good hit, well struck. And the ball was up in his half, in his slot. And Newman is not imparting much spin onto his delivery, so that was easy and smooth sailing there for Kofi James.
Third time now he has struck Newman in that direction, the same result. And it continues, he pulls back the length. James defense. On the onside this time, push down to Lavier there at long on for a single. This time it's Francis. We haven't seen much aggression from Francis. He pulls again, they're asking. Missed a short delivery, going down leg side.
I think Newman got away with one there. That should have been put away. Perhaps Francis was trying to hit it too hard. Perhaps his eyes opened up when he saw this gift.
Not quite yet Christmas, but he did get a Christmas gift. End of the over. Newman has bowled 20 overs without a breakthrough.
He's been doing more of a holding job than an attacking job. And he doesn't really look like he's going to take a wicket the way he has been going. He has kept things fairly tight, although he's been roughed up a couple of times, been struck over the infield for 6. But certainly does not look threatening to the Antiguan batsmen.
We're about 40 minutes away from the lunch break, and Antigua going steady. Francis, first time being beaten in a while. That one high, going on the leg side, so he indicates and rehearses a different shot. Now he goes big, hard, firm, far. 6 says Carl Tuckett as he raises his left leg with his arms.
Yes, one in the slot, tossed up there by Terence Ward, and Francis obliged. He took it from on about half stump with the turn and swung it over wideish long on for 6.
Here is Ward again. A comeback delivery. Driven down in the mid-on, long-on area. Kofi James is tying the second one. It's not on. With those 7 ones, L.Y. Francis Jr. moves on to 27.
Kofi James on 90. Another 10 runs to get to that landmark.
It's just getting out. And he lifts that one. He lifts that one into the hands of the man out on 90.
Perhaps deceived a bit by that one which was held back a bit there by Terence Ward. And he was into the shot too early. and played it down to long on where the catch was taken. And so he goes, giving away 100, looks rather disappointed. An opportunity, it's not too often an opportunity comes along for 100, and he would be very disappointed. But they're taking a drinks break, and we're going to take a short break also.
We're back after the water break. The water break was taken at the fall of the wicket. It was the wicket of Kofi James, who was out, caught at long on off the bowling of Ward. He made 90. Now we're saying that changing bowling, another whole bowler is coming on. It looks like Larry Dane, making sure that he gets his field well set. He was originally an off spinner who was transforming himself into opening bat. So going to depend on his memory to see if he remembers how to trundle any off spinners.
I'm not too sure if it's a question depending on memory. I've seen him bowling recently, and in fact picking up wickets. I think with the bowl in the Cool and Smooth tournament, which was early this year. So, and I'm pretty certain he would have been practicing with the team to do some bowling, but I certainly have seen him bowling in recent times, so I don't think it's just a question of memory at this point.
Oh, he knocked a long full toss in the air. In fact, it looked as if he wants to bowl leg spin. So looking to break that with to bowl some leg spinners. First little fan that we've seen in the Antiguan team really changed to off spin to move the ball away from this batsman. But he suddenly tried a leg spin, just now he went full, high, and then smacked into the onside by Francis. Yes, that's as I suspected. Off break to the right hander, turning away from the new man in the crease. Oh, and here's he diving all over the place. He dived to save the first one, now he's diving again to save the second one. Trying to keep it tight. 1 off is over so far, 3 balls bowled. Williams, right? Glenton Williams. Oh.
Yes, it's Glenton Williams, the left-hander.
This time Williams gets it through the man that shot extra cover out to long off. He gets 1. Francis back on strike. Will he try his leg breaks again? Let's look at that wrist. Off break. Turn into the onside straight to Skeet. .324 for 6. Turn again into the onside. This is away from Skeet. They can get a single. They do.
Yeah, so the end of the first over by Larry O'Dane, replacing Tariq Newman, who had that lengthy spell from the far end. And then Newman, of course, failed to pick up a wicket. And another over of a spin being sent down. It seems as though Penny Feather has been off the field for some time. In fact, no. He is there in the square leg region.
Ball to continue after a successful over. Driven all along the ground this time. 1 he says, 1 it is. 326 for 6. Bowler will change line. He will go around the wicket to the left-hander. Adjustments to the field. He wants a slip. Larry O'Dane obliges. Newman comes over to the short mid-wicket position. He's adjusting his offside field to be even tighter. Doesn't want Glenton Williams to escape. Forward defensive, a bit aerial, but no one in close in under the bat. A few steps up, the offside comes in, punches. Can't be the tight offside field. Williams, he's on 1. Forward defensive. Goes out in the mid-half area, no one. Ward again. Sweeping, asking, hey, what's going on there? Outside leg stump. Making no contact on that occasion, the ball hitting his upper body. But it was well outside the leg stump and somewhat high.
I think, in fact, that one struck him outside off and he was playing a shot. And just a stifled appeal from some of the players, but looking to sweep and sweep across the line.
So Francis was left by Kofi James to do the bulk of the scoring now. They're 326 for 6. I think they need another 74 runs before they can get comfortable on this wicket. Larry Dane will be given a second try. Strengthens his onside field. Again, he tries that innocuous leg break. Is going full again. This time Francis gets 2.
I think O'Dane a bit lucky there. The St. Kitts team, for some parts, they've been helped by the sluggish outfield. This one was tugged through mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket. Could have easily gone for 4.
He gets on to pitch. Forces Francis to come down on it heavily. He's tried 3 so far, 2 full toss and one pitched just outside the off stump. Another full toss, banged into the onside, just over mid-wicket, straight is mid-wicket. Fielders out there to get 2 again.
Lots of activity going on in that area.
I think it would be better solved to bowl his half breaks, but somehow the captain and the team is relying on him to churn the leg spinners. Our spinner this time bangs back past him down to long on, 1-1. There's 2 balls left to Glendon Williams. As the Antigua innings motors along to 331 for 6, aiming at 400 before they could make a decision. Ball played back down to Larry Dane. Gets in a tangle with Francis. Well left outside our stump. End of the over. 90, 84 and 75. The top scores for the Antigua batsmen so far. That's Kofi James, Williams and Henry.
So what will continue from this, the media center end, 331 for 6. Antigua and Barbuda in a good position. And we'll just have to wait and see what transpires after lunch, what decision they would take. As this one is pushed into the onside, whether or not they would have to declare at some point whether or not they are targeting 400, whether or not they are thinking in terms of batting out the rest of the day. Of course, I'm not privy to such information at this point. What I can tell you though is that Francis has moved on to 36 with that single down to long on. And it's now 332 for 6. And an opportunity for Francis to get a good score here. As Ward was just picked up the 1 wicket so far, 1 for 46. Goes around the wicket to the left-handed Williams, Lenton Williams. He's stretching well forward. And this is suggesting to me that Antigua, they are in no real hurry at this point. They're looking to bat as deep as possible, but we'll just have to wait and see what transpires. He's drawing away, gets the bottom portion of the bat. Weather has been good all day, continues to be good. Hot, sunny, humid. Two players for St. Kitts off the field, the keeper, Ewart Richards, duties taken up by DeAndre Drew. Looking to swing this one around. This one beating leg stump. No appeal from the bowler, in fact, indicating that that one was going down the onside. So the over comes to an end. 332 for 6. Antigua after being asked to bat the first time.
A good first inning score, especially if you're asked to bat the first time. I think his team was hoping to shock them out and then give chase. But there was nothing much on the first day. In fact, they got late wickets. It was late in the day when Rashid Eddy picked up 2 and ended on 191 for 2. Much more successfully smart. Today they got 4 wickets.
Francis holding up play a bit. He's getting some new inners. Some batsmen do bat in these inners. And when I say bat in the inners, they wear these inside of their batting gloves. And most batsmen, of course, they just stick to the batting gloves. They try to get a comfortable pair of batting gloves and stick to that.
Yes, but some batsmen sweat all over the place, and so they need that extra pair of.
This one spins back in, and now he's getting a bit of turn here. But the batsman picks up a single. Yes, it's a matter of comfort, because I would suspect most batsmen would sweat. At some point they do, batsmen walk around with several pairs of gloves and they do change them around, but, some batsmen, in fact, I've seen some batsmen using powder in their palms.
Because they sweat all over the place.
So it's what you do feel comfortable with. Pushing forward is Glenton Williams. It goes back up the track to the bowler.
Glenton Williams pulls away.
Oh, he's looking to force into the offside and beaten outside the off stump. Today, of course, being the final day of this mixed tournament, final day of this match. It has been long and grueling for folks involved, not only the players, and I'm pretty certain that they are happy that the tournament is coming to an end. Just one rest day in between matches, so it's been a tough going.
Yes, we leave it on a mixed tournament. Decision was made at the board level to do a mixed version. 3 one-day matches each for each team and 2 two-day matches for each team, constituting 5 matches in all, but mixed version.
Single on, 2 long on. So Francis, with that single, goes to 38. Glenton Williams has faced some 19 deliveries and he's only scored a run.
Which goes to tell you that they're in for the long haul. They're really aiming for 400.
Stretches forward, beaten outside the off stump. Stumps are broken. Loud appeal from the St. Kitts players, including the bowler. And it will be interesting to know what they appeal for. Most likely an edge.
I think they're also looking for a stumping, as we see the young Jew asking and asking again.
Yes, but Ward would have looked back at the presiding umpire. I suspect he was appealing for a caught behind. And there was definitely some slight deviation which suggested that it might have touched something, or it was just some movement, some turn there from the bowler.
Well, they want him anyhow, either caught behind or stumped.
He's playing at a missing.
And this
He
time,
goes up. This time he's out. This time he's out. Stretching forward and stretching too far, stretching out of his crease and being deceived there by Rod. And quickly DeAndre Drew removed the bails and he's on his way. So he goes back for one.
well, that seemed to be on the card after the first two balls, where he was trying to reach for those balls to defend them. He overbalanced, and Drew did a smart bit of work behind the stumps. It doesn't appear to be a substitute wicketkeeper. He appears to be a recognized wicketkeeper, but giving way to Irate Richards and playing solely as a batsman in the St. Kitts team.
Well, Irate Richards has been off the field for some time. And Drew doing a very good job getting a victim, doing a good bit of work behind the stumps, stumping Glenton Williams as the new batsman is heading out. So 7 wickets down. Question is whether or not Antigua and Barbuda could get to 400 or whether or not St. Kitts could pick up these remaining wickets as quickly as possible. We're approaching lunch on the second and final day. And what's going on here? You see the umpire going out with the ball. There seems to be a change of ball. We've had some 78 overs, 78.4 overs with this one. So
He has to be really
just
in bad
another
shape.
over before the second new ball is due. So whether or not that will be taken, that's another question.
I don't think they would want to take the new ball. They would probably want to continue with the spinners. In addition, the opening bowlers have not really been very, very penetrative, apart from Kasim, who picked up 2 wickets, and Rashid Adi. Louis seems to be a bit off form, and the young Jaime challenger is still learning his craft.
So the new batsman, Ismail Peters, he's one of the opening bowlers for Antigua, of course. 334 for 7. And whether or not Antigua gets to 400, that's left to be seen. Whether or not they declare, well, that could be taken out of their hands if the St. Kitts could pick up these 3 remaining wickets. And in recent times, wickets have been falling regularly, so it might not be a question of 400 runs on the board, and it might not be a question of Antigua declaring, so we'll just have to wait and see. But what St. Kitts is looking to do at this point is to bowl them out.
2 yesterday, 5 today for 143 runs added. 5 wickets, that is.
So Peters keeps it out immediately. Give him some here. And Peters is playing with a straight bat. Looks like an accomplished batsman with that shot as the over comes to an end. So Ward now in the wickets column. And it's 334 for 7. 79 overs gone, 1 over before the new ball. But the question as to whether or not that will be taken. Laviodane will continue.
Let's look at the hand again.
Shortish, just short of a good length, played into the onside. So O'Dane has a backward point cover, extra cover long off. Then on the onside he has Square leg back on the boundary, short backward square, short mid wicket and long on. He's an attempted sweep and a miss. It is also an appeal, but obviously that was missing everything, probably brushing the part of the batsman. Quicker delivery. Forces the backward point to Rashid Eddy. No run. Oh, that's the leg spinner. And it's been whacked into the wideish long on position, but just a single this time. So Larry O'Dane showing his range of variation. Peter's on strike now. Seems to be a bit of a breeze around at the moment. No doubt providing some form of comfort out there to the players. Peters is in a defensive frame of mind, gets it slightly back of square on the offside, the over comes to an end. And 3-3-5 for 7, Antigua and Barbuda.
I think the greater comfort is the fall of wickets today, rather than the breeze for the St. Kitts team. They've been out there quite a while, from 110 yesterday.
Well, this score is a good one. And at this point, I'm just thinking that there are only 2 possible results now in this game. Well, maybe 3. Well, I'll take back that. 2 possible results. Either St. Kitts being bowled out and losing in 4 innings, or
I think you might have to go back.
a no result. Swung away this time and it goes all the way for 6.
You heard the thump into the building as Francis moves up closer to a half century.
I don't see St. Kitts getting these 300 runs today.
You're saying 300, it might be 400 the way they're going now.
Well, it's 341 at the moment, and the bowler could easily get that at this point, but so I'm going for the 341 runs at the moment. What's on the board? It possibly could be 400 runs, but we have seen in cricket, wickets tumble against the run of play. 400 look very likely at the moment, but at the moment it's 341 for 7.
Speaking futuristically and trying to be a prophet, predicting.
Well, I've learned over the years that you cannot do certain predictions in cricket. You've seen teams comfortably place at points at some point, going great guns, going well, and then falling well short of the expected. Fixing long to long on for Francis.
Nothing is wrong with that. There's the technology now that gives a win predictor, score predictor, and with every ball it changes. So there's nothing wrong in changing your prediction.
Well, that is so, but so many times we have seen these predictions going wrong, and
as far as
that's only technology.
As far as they're concerned, they're never wrong because they wait on the ball and then make the prediction. They wait on what the current score, make the prediction. Things change. Surprising because then the prediction changes accordingly.
That's debatable. They're never wrong.
Never wrong.
It's like a predictor saying that percent chance that Antigua would win and somewhere along the line they lose.
So prior to that, They will change to 0% and then go into the minus.
So probably they should call it something else.
A loose predictor? There's a predictor.
Because they're doing it. They're doing it based on the run-off at the moment, but at the end of the day, you know, I've seen where they've given the team 95% chance of winning, and in the end, that team does not win.
Somewhere along the line, the 90% chance went down to about 0.
I understand that all, but what I'm saying is that, you know, you cannot take too much, you know, from these predictors. You just have to go with you know, the game itself. And it's like gambling, you know, lots of gambling goes on in cricket nowadays. You have the bookies, and
some of it is quite legal.
Well, it's legal, you know. Most of it is legal. I'm not suggesting otherwise. Most of it is legal, but, you know, it's just a question of betting and losing or winning. So that over coming to an end, and the Terence Ward will continue. Some 53 runs away from that 400 you're predicting now. In fact, 58 away from that 400 runs.
Well, if another wicket falls now, my prediction would change.
Yeah, I see. I got the impression at one point, though, Ali was saying that
no, it wasn't built in. It wasn't never built in cement and
it's
steel.
going to be 400 runs.
Was never built in cement and steel as a predictor.
Here's another run to Antigua and Barbuda. But the key thing here, though, is that based on what's happening out there, it's quite obvious that we might have a no result here today, unless St. Kitts gets bowled out. And we are approaching lunch on the last day, the second and last day of this tournament. The batting for Antigua remains rather sedate. There's obviously no attempt to push things along. 344 for 7. So it's like they're not in any hurry to bowl. Here's a drive up towards cover by Peters. He's back for the second run. And it's 346 now for 7.
Well, there's no need for them to try to rush. They're just playing along with the overs because the over rate is quite good.
Question is whether or not, you know, they are looking for something out of these games in terms of a first innings result. I'm suggesting that they're not too interested in that at this point, because with the time available, if you are really looking to get a first innings result,
You're banking on having to bowl at St. Kitts all afternoon.
well, I would suggest that they would have declared by now.
Session before tea and session after tea. 2 sessions. So we want to bowl out St. Kitts in 2 sessions.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. A lot, of course, for St. Kitts would depend on Mikhail Louis and the captain Terence Ward, how they perform. But Larry Dane, we have seen, would have gotten some runs in the last game. But apart from that, the St. Kitts batting has been top heavy, very reliant on Louis and Ward to a lesser extent. And like I said,
today's even worse because there are 5 bowlers in the squad. 5 bowlers.
So we'll have to wait and see. He is a good drive down the ground. And it goes for 4. For one moment, I thought Challenger had it covered, but it was struck powerfully and struck straight down to long off and down to the boundary for 4.
I was saying I think it's the half century for Peters coming up with that strike.
So he moves on to 51, and certainly his scoring rate has stepped up a bit. See Eddie there at his position there at backward point doing some loosening up. And in fact, he's swinging the arm, so who knows, he might have been given the signal by his captain. And are they going to take the new ball, or we'll have to wait and see? It's quick single there. Not far away from the luncheon interval, though.
Well, that's what I want to agree with you in the sense that Antigua and Barbuda may have a different objective in relation to this tournament. Because I don't think there's any way Senk is nearly 300 runs in 2 sessions.
Yes, and you can see from the way they have been playing, there's no real urgency about the batting. You have number 9 batsman there now, and he's settling in. He's looking as if he's looking to play long innings.
Yep, everybody wants a bat, even down to the number 11.
So my thinking is that Antigua is not too concerned about getting the better of this match, but rather the batsmen getting quite a bit of batting. So that over comes to an end, and we have had some 84 was bowled, 353 for 7. And let's see what transpires here now.
Okay, what is indicating to the umpire? Oh, that's Larry there with the ball. Persisting with the old ball.
Well, saving the organizers some money perhaps, rather than exposing a new cherry. What Tiny's boot bases. And he's ready to go. This one is loose down the onside. It goes through the keeper, and it's one to find like for 2 buys.
It looked as if there's a chance for stumping to as Francis overbalanced in trying to play that on drive. If Drew had collected, he probably would have been in trouble.
So Terence Ward, the captain of the Sankits team, who would have won the toss yesterday and put in Antigua into bat, goes in. Francis tugs it down to long on for a single. So it's Peters back on strike as we approach the luncheon interval. In a portion of the batting to the onside. No run. He is a broad defensive bat there by Peters.
Certainly look like he wants to settle in. He wants to bat until tomorrow, but there is no tomorrow.
Pushes up to extra cover, straight to the field and no run. Something seemed to have gone in the eye of one, maybe some sweat, and he aborts his run.
Dead ball signal.
This one is not in control. He's looking for a run. The other batsman, Francis, is not interested. Sends him back. And the over comes to an end.
Almost ended up the creek.
356 for 7. We have had 85 overs.
Dear Peters almost ended up the creek without a paddle. And that looks like lunch.
Yes, it's lunch. The players are walking away. Umpires have called lunch, and that's the latest position here at Warner Park. Antigua and Barbuda batting. First time they're 356 for 7 from 85 overs, and we'll be back in about half an hour's time to bring you some more cricket. Oh, let's see if I can let this on board.
If I'm not there, I'm going in the bathroom. I'm going in the bathroom.
Yeah,
So leave it there.
as soon as anything else, people talk about part-time and all, you know. Yep.
Ready.
Go ahead.
We are back for the second session of the day, the period after lunch. And the St. Kitts fielders take the field, looking a little bit lethargic. They only have 3 more wickets before they can go in and have their feet up. But the Antiguan batsmen are intent on making them stay there a bit longer. And more and more the game goes on, we want to believe in all inside information that they're not interested in the result. They're interested in making sure that everybody gets a knock. And whatever happens, happens. St. Kitts, meanwhile, leading the tables, would like to avoid being bowled out if and when their turn comes to bat. .356 for 7 is the score at the moment after lunch. Peters gathered 4 runs from 14 balls, and L.Y. Francis Jr. was the 4th man in the Antigua lineup to make a half century. They're going to start with Newman. Immediately he's pulled into the onside. They're looking for 2. They can't get it 2 easily. Just jogging along as that ball returned from mid-wicket. A short ball. Newman going into a third spell after some marathon tries yesterday and today. Nothing to show for it in the wickets column. This one is defended by Peters. Sorry, that's Francis in his Falcons cap, Falcons helmet. Outside off stump, almost away. See the umpire tapping her waist, indicating it's just about halfway through the over, 85.3 overs. Short punched into the short mid wicket. The player using his body to stop the ball. It ricochets over to Tariq. No one. Peters settling in. Pulls away momentarily. Now they will resume. The battle is on. Gets back and punches out to wide, long off. He gets a single, his 5th run. 359 for 7. Punch down the ground. The man at long arm comes around and hurls the ball back in. At the end of the 86th over.
You have to wonder that the decision the St. Kitts team would have made to insert Antigua and Barbuda. And then you begin to wonder what St. Kitts was really looking for out of this match, whether or not they were looking to pick up those points or whether or not they were just content with a no result so that they could win this tournament. But one would have thought that in order to dictate, the St. Kitts team might have opted to take first knock in order to dictate the match, and then they might have been in a position to declare and put Antigua into bat. But I guess Having said that, though, they know that the Antigua team is a very strong batting team and they've been batting well. So perhaps, probably just looking to allow Antigua to bat and then perhaps giving themselves a good chance of coming out with a no result, thus giving them the championship.
I would want to subscribe to the latter format in that they want Antigua to bat, and then in their turn in the quiz they bat without being bowled out. And no decision guarantees them the championship.
Yes, certainly.
Rather than risk being bowled out cheaply and then lose by first innings.
You've seen no signs from Antigua. Of course, this is just the second over after lunch, but it's a big score, 361 for 7. And we have seen no signs of Antigua looking to push things along and advance the score. But as a matter of fact, you would have thought that they would have had enough runs on the board by now to declare and insert Senkits if they were looking to bowl Senkits out. But quite obviously, that's not in their mind at the moment. And based on what I would have garnered, they were more content on batting and batting and batting.
As I said earlier, I'm beginning to believe in your inside information, because clearly 350 is enough to prevent Senkis going ahead first innings, because they'll have to score at a clip of 4 and over in a two-day encounter.
So it leads you to wonder the purpose of these matches, and of course the mindset of some of the teams, some of the players. And then you go back to
I want to dwell on the mindset of the organizers.
And then you go back to the school of thought. I'll get back to that in a while. William Menu felt that they should have just had a one-day tournament, 50 overs per side tournament, and have all the teams play each other on a round-robin basis, and you would have gotten in more cricket. But the important thing is that cricket is being played. The Leeward Islands players, they have been able to go out and play some cricket.
We probably would not have been here today, or we would have been witnessing a more exciting encounter. Rather than guys just opting to go there for batting practice. I think the Senkis team has given up too. See, men with their hands folded, even the boys bowled, they're not even dropping their hands or walking in.
So all the players, of course, they would be tired. It's been,
2 days.
A compressed tournament, but they've been in action. You said 2 days. They've come from one to the match to another to the match. just the day in between, the short break. So the tournament has been intense for the players, and they would be feeling it at this point. And many of them out there would not have played cricket for for such an extended period. Mostly T20 cricket being played in St. Kitts. So players, a lot of them wouldn't have been through the rigors. And it's like, it's not just a question of being to the tournament. They had 3 days for the one-day tournament, just the rest in between, and another 4 consecutive days. So you're talking 7 days of cricket almost non-stop with just a day in between. So,
and they've been brought up with 3 hours and 3-4 hours and they're home.
Exactly. So it must have been a bit tough for some of these players, especially the younger players. I mean, some of these players, Terence Ward, for example, he would be accustomed. He played regional cricket. But how many of the other St. Kitts players? I know Antigua players, for example, quite a few of them would have had the exposure. They do play a lot of cricket in Antigua. But the other territories, you don't have as much cricket. So Nevis perhaps would have a couple more tournaments than they would have in St. Kitts. But I mentioned Terence Ward, of course, Louis. The Louis brothers, they would have been exposed to the longer version of the game quite a bit. So they're well experienced there.
We're in the changing of the times.
Looks like they're still operating with the old ball. Yet to see 100 in this mammoth total by Antigua, 368 for 7. Does Elroy Francis have signs on that? So far, he has been well supported by Ishmael Peters. Understand that the president of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board is in St. Kitts.
Mr. Enoch Lewis?
Yes, Mr. Enoch Lewis.
Well, as a president, he ought to make his presence felt in the Leeward Islands tournament being held in whatever host country to see what's going on. Big swing at that this time from Peters. No contact made, no edge. Goes to the keeper.
Peters is batting well. He is batting like an accomplished batsman and not posing any, not really giving the St. bowler a chance. He's very tight and in defense, and his shots are all along the ground. So very much in control out there and lending good support to his partner, the L.Y. Francis Jr.
Well, at this stage, I think the Antigua team is more concerned whether or not Francis can get a century in relation to the stage of the game. Opens up and bangs this one down to long on. One more one to him. Tariq Newton continues. Larry Odein came in, gave him a break for about 6 overs. There will be 12 because 6 more ball at the other side. And now he's back. Third spell. Still no wicket. Down the leg side.
Does not look like he's going to get one.
We see that until the man will pull and he knock your shot delivery into somebody's hands. Ball holds up in the thick outer grass. They jog you for 2.
This is like a stalemate going on at the moment. Antigua continuing to bat. And I think it's just waiting and hoping. There's no real zip. There's no real zip about the players out there in the middle. Moving around rather slowly.
From the moment they came out after lunch, they looked lethargic. Kasim challenger. 2 for 45. Looking for a third. Not this time, as that one is played firmly into the hands of extra cover, short extra cover. But Louis hasn't ceased speaking. encouraging them, encouraging the players. A one-man choir. Taken behind. Been urged on to pick 5 wickets. He needs 3 more wickets. And he's overstepping, trying too hard. He did that yesterday and picked up a wicket. And so it did not count. They were seen in no ball. No free hits. This is the 2-day version of the game.
It's been a long, hard toil for the bowlers, and what you would like to see happening is that he oversteps and then the stumps of the batsman are struck down or catch going into a fielder. We saw that happening to our challenger yesterday. In fact, it happened to him yesterday. As a matter of fact, he's the one bowling.
A big hit, big safe hit out into the mid-wicket region. Only 1-1 as Larry Adain is out there.
I think that's about Challenger's third no ball. One he could have gotten a wicket off of. Peter seems to be opening up a bit now, looking for some extravagant shots. Not timing that one well.
A lot of conversation going on out there. That's probably the only thing that's happening. A lot of talk. Not much action in terms of wickets. Well, action now in terms of runs. At least 2. So a full toss. You're trying everything full toss, Yorkers, short balls.
Full toss certainly has worked a bit. They've gotten wickets some full pitch deliveries, so what a try, of course.
There goes Joseph with a demonstration. He's going to be right arm over. Larry Adain comes back. He too tried a thing. Tried some leg breaks, some full tosses. Got banged about in 6 overs. A drive down the ground that looks like he got into the boundary. Yes, it does.
Yes, Larry O'Dane pulled back his hand rather quickly from that one. At first he had thoughts of trying to cut that one off, but that hand quickly retreated. Struck powerfully by Francis.
On to 69. Again he goes this time to the right of Louis, the right of extra cover. Another boundary, 2 boundaries off of Larry O'Dane. Came on to replace Tariq Newman. 73 now to
Yes, he's cashing in on some loose bowling.
more runs here for Peters. His 9th one in 3 balls and it's over. Ball coming off the wicketkeeper, going into the stumps. O'Dane once again. Drive, wait, says Francis. Wait, he does, there's no one. A half drive, ball peels off the bat, goes to backward point. End of the over.
Yes, a couple of boundaries in that over and a single. But certainly nothing that really posed any problems to the batsmen. They're quite comfortable out there, the 2 batsmen. Even the number 9 batsman, Peters, very comfortable. And Sankit's, the Sankit's team just seems to be waiting for something to happen. And struggling to break this partnership, this 8-wicket partnership.
Struggling to prevent Francis from getting 100. Square cut. Two more runs. Moves on to 74. Just 26 more for a century.
Runs coming quite easily for Francis in particular.
inching closer to the 400 mark. 393 for 7. Over the man at short extra cover, out to wide, long off. Peters now is getting into the thick of things. He moved on to 19, sorry. Cut into the outside, right up to cover. No one this time.
You've not seen Louis in the attack all day. In fact, the younger fast bowlers have been in operation. They have had a couple of spells.
Flicked into the onside just to get one down to long leg.
So Antigua marches on. And no signs of declaration as yet. 396 for 7. I would have predicted a declaration at about 400. But he would have confirmed that his predictions are like Winwiz. They go with the flow, not with the gut. $20 is now to Peters, 77 to L.Y. Francis. So he must be eyeing up 100 as this one. They're picking up more runs here. Antigua and Barbuda. It's 2 more to the score. So the number 9 batsman, Ishmael Peters, doing quite well out there in the middle. Oh, that's a full pitch delivery and pulled into the onside. And he really gets away with that one. Should have been put away for a boundary, but just a single.
It might have been a no ball too. Again, he's trying his leg spinners, but he's not pitching out of that broken wrist or bent wrist, just to make sure I don't confuse listeners. Try it again, a bit fuller this time.
So this one is played up in the onside by Francis. Francis appears to be tiring it a bit though. He has been walking most of those singles. He's been out there for some time. It's piping hot out there in the middle. Not a leg spinner. So showing some versatility, Larry O'Dane. They're just picking off these runs. And singles coming quite easily. And the 400 being breached by Antigua. They're now 402 for 7. This time it's a single up to extra cover. Strong return there. Louis allows the batsman an extra run, overthrows. In fact, that one, the return to the keeper seemed to have come from the body of Peters and went into the offside, but
one shot by Francis.
So it's the end of the over. We're going to witness a bowling change from the media center end, and it's another medium pacer who's been brought into the attack, Rashid Eddy. Picks up the attack from the media center end. And we have not seen the new ball taken as yet. We have had some 94 overs. So that was just some 14 overs ago, 403 for 7.
And once again, the medium pacer is a young gun, Rashid Bobby Eddy.
Dug out there by Francis. It goes down to long and he picks up another run. It has remained fine. Sunshine out there in comparison to yesterday. No signs of rain at the moment. We have not had any signs of rain throughout the day, as a matter of fact. And it has been a wonderful day for cricket. This one is clipped into the onside by Peters. He's going back for the second run. And, you know, the Antiguan batsmen, they're very much on top at the moment, looking solid, looking good, and not being beaten. And this game just seems to be meandering along. 406 for 7. Another clip into the onside. This time Tariq Newman is after it. He's not the fastest of fielders. And they jog through for 2. Francis seems to be tiring a bit though. And, you know, he's not really charging up and down the track as he was doing earlier. And he's just more or less jogging through for the runs.
And in one of those doubles, he ran one shot.
Yeah, so certainly it must be tiring. Short, and he's up on his toes. Gets it from the toe end of the bat, it goes into the onside. Today, of course, being Saturday, we do have a few more spectators in looking at the game. Some way to go. Of course, there are some diehard folks who still love the game, and no matter what cricket is being played at Warner Park, they do show up, clipped off the pads. This one goes down to long leg. Just a single. So there are those sort of people who, regardless, they would come out to witness a cricket game. Get out of the house, of course. Francis has moved into the 80s. 80s from 111 deliveries. Short and pulled away disdainfully. And it goes for 4. Square the wicket on the onside. rather innocuous delivery, loose delivery, short, and give him the treatment.
3 other batsmen threatened to make triple figures. The fourth one was past 50, and it looks as if he's intent on going all the way. The message comes out now. And Francis was one calling for some sort of refreshment, as all said he looks like
It's
he's
more
tired.
refreshment than message. In fact, both batsmen, they're having a drink. They've been there for some time. They've been running singles, running twos.
Yeah, man, the message came out to go to 100, Francis. 100, eh?
Well, quite
Two
possibly.
odds, 2 odds.
Encouragement. Yeah, now it looks as though it's going to be Mikhail Louis.
Well, that's I'm trying some leg breaks as well too. I was advertising himself as a leg spinner to the captain.
Well, Mikhail Louis actually started his cricket as a youngster, as a leg spinner. In fact,
That's correct.
when he toured with the West Indies team, West Indies, I think it was an under 15 team, he toured as a leg spinner. And his batting has developed over the years. He has gotten better and better. And I think we recently saw him trying some leg spin in a match recently. I can't recall which match. It could have been earlier this year. It might have been for Leewards, where he would have tried a couple.
Yes, I recall he was virtual leg spinner. So when he started making runs down at batting at number 8 and 9, I was pleasantly surprised.
Floats that one up and it goes into the offside for a single. So just reverting to his first
Profession.
art in cricket, leg spin bowling. Not a bad delivery, the second one.
Well, I agree with the captain, because if you're going to try Larry Dane, who's supposed to be an off spinner, try leg spinner. But if you try a leg spinner who try his art form that he already perfected.
Does not do much bowling these days. Oh, that is not a bad delivery either. And he's attacking the stumps. His length has been pretty good so far. We have not seen any long ups. You know, that's an art that's hard to control. Oh, the batsman is sweeping, an appeal from Louis. And the umpire, Keller Joseph, signals to Carly Tuckett, another 2 deliveries in the over. And then you'll see the signal for 1 delivery. A hand will drop, the finger will be pointed downwards. Oh yes, there's an appeal for caught behind. Ah, my goodness. Certainly I heard something. I don't know if that was bat, but
Any bat played the ground.
probably it sounded like that. It sounded very much as though the bat hit the ground. So probably a good decision there by umpire Keller Joseph. And she remained firm and unmoved. And
There's not much deviation.
this is what I like about her. She is very firm in her approach to umpiring, in her decision making. And she remains firmly unmoved.
The action prompted a slip.
So one is pushed into the offside up to extra cover. And it's fielded. Good over there by Mikhail Louis. It comes to an end.
.415 for 7. Could hear him now explaining the same thing you said earlier. Let them man know I leg spins for St. Kitts.
Ashida will continue. All eyes now on Elroy Francis Jr. Score is 415 for 7. And we have not had a century maker in this inning so far. Tyrone Williams got to 75. Kadeem Henry 84. Kofi James 90. And then now Elroy Francis is on 85. And no one yet to get to 100 in this mammoth score. On the pads going into the onside back row square. Umpire Tuckett signals like bye.
I thought I heard 2 sounds, but he's closer than me to the bat, so I'll yield to Tuckett.
I think the batsman might have clipped the pad or something of that nature, but that certainly seemed to be quite far away from the bat. Or perhaps his bat might have brushed the ground also. Nice drive down to deepish mid-on. Peters refused the single. Might have been tight.
And his weight was on the back foot when he played that shot, so it really would be tight.
Nice drive into the offside up to extra cover. Ward quickly to his left fields. No run. One session left in this mixed tournament, Leeward Islands mixed tournament. It's been long and arduous. Outside the off stump and played nicely, just slightly forward of square and in the offside 2 runs. Peter is playing a good knock here for his country. He's looking comfortable. He's playing some good shots. He's playing them all along the ground, playing them with a straight bat. And he has gone on to 33.
So it's 17 and 15 is the countdown for Antigua. I think they've finished the bottom with that score of 400 and something to declare. They're counting now 17 and 15.
Eddie? This one came back a trifle, but well handled there by Peters. He gets it into the onside. And obviously, I'm more and more convinced with the information I would have gotten earlier on, and I'm more and more convinced that Antigua is not too interested in bowling out sync. They're not too interested in the result, but on the contrary, they are looking for batting practice. They're to get the players match time out there in the middle. End of the over, 418 for 7.
I think Michael Louis earned himself another over. They have dispensed with the Larry O'Dane experiment.
Well, Larry O'Dane would have had a few overs. Well, I'll give you his figures in a while, but Louis certainly with that first over looked a lot better than Larry O'Dane. No offense meant. O'Dane has actually bowled 8 overs. One made in 33 runs without taking a wicket. So, not a bad spell by any means, especially for one who does not bowl regularly. Bit reluctant to call him a part-timer. Single there to Francis. Inches closer to 100.
Counting down from 15 to 14. 14 more.
bit of a shot in the dark there from Peters. Defeated in flight there by Michael Louis.
He's getting very vocal too.
Seems to be enjoying his bowling.
Fancies his chances against Peters. You hear him shouting, don't let him off. Don't want Peters to get a single to get away from his bowling.
Ah, that's only knocked. Still delivery and it almost got a wicket. It was given a generous loop there by Michael Louis. The batsman was attempting to sweep. It seemed to have passed behind his back and gone past the off stump into the gloves of the keeper, but certainly some excitement there for the bowler. Seems to be having a word there with Larry O'Day, probably telling him that I'm a better leg spinner than you. Quicker delivery down the onside. And Francis refuses an easy single. Perhaps a bit tired, perhaps looking to get the over. But certainly, yeah, a run was on that time.
That was a fast one, forced up, so to speak, as we would say. And I think it's trying to catch Peters off guard, but it was strained on the leg side.
Lulling play at the moment. Seems to be some repairs done to the bat of Peters.
And a new bowler coming in.
Looks like Clark coming back from the media center end.
Noticeably absent is the bowling of Jeremiah Louis, who bowled opening spell for this innings. And then we see the rotation of the three younger fast bowlers, Eddie, Challenger.
Short and pulled away and pulled into the onside. Shouts of two. Back for the second. And just to Francis. He moves with those two to 88. Closer and closer, inching closer and closer. Well, Kofi James was on 90. We said he was close to 100, and then he got out. So fingers crossed for Francis, that is. Field flung far and wide. Good delivery. This one came back slightly into the right-hander, and he kept it out. Short third man, backward point on the boundary. There's an extra cover in place. Long on, long off in place also. Fine leg. Square leg, just slightly backward. Nice drive, nice punch into the onside. Just a single. 89, 11 runs away, Francis.
I think that's what the dugout is counting now, counting down Francis's 100 and counting down a half century for Peters.
422 for 7. Pull and pull nicely. And just a single as it goes down to backward square. and this goes back to what people have been talking, what the pundits have been saying, whether or not they should have had just all 50 over matches, especially going into 50 over tournament on the 19th of November.
Some 19 or 18 days away.
Clipped away and clipped back out of square, just a single. And you can see he's tired. He's not charging through for the first one. He's just trotting through. Yes, and if this was a one-day game, the teams would have been playing for a result, and as opposed to be just going through the motion. I mean, this is basically a stalemate here. Players are just looking to bat and bat and bat.
Net practice.
And net practice, and there's no real purpose in the game at the moment, the way the game is being played. Here's a defensive shot that goes into the onside. 4-4 for 7. Louis will continue from the far end. It is leg spinners.
Well, he fancies his chances against Peters. Let's see what's happening here and Francis.
Francis stretches out. Oh, this one is innocuous. Poor delivery. And swung away for 4.
The one stuck in his hand, so to speak, fell almost by his toe. Closer to the bowler than to the batsman.
6 away now, Francis. Top score also for Antigua. Gifted a boundary just now. And he made the most of it. So when he takes it on the full, but gets it to short mid wicket where it's fielded. Stretches well forward and gets it out. So I must be on that 100, Francis. 6 runs away. The 100 is 100, no matter when you get it. Pulled and pulled nicely. Too short and pulled for 4, so he goes to 98. And you would have played cricket for several years. How many centuries would you have made?
I can't recall the number of centuries I made, but at one point I had several against police, against youngsters.
Not bad. Centuries are centuries. It's not easy to get to.
The one that I keep recalling was the one against youngsters. That had about 92 singles in it.
Oh, pulled and pulled away. This was really slow delivery, tossed up there. Quickly back for the second.
He's just to give him this.
Gets his 100 and roars. My goodness, that 100 really means a lot to him.
And Louis almost gave him the 100.
Yes, a rather slow, tossed up delivery. And He's an elated man. I haven't seen such a celebration for 100 for such a long time. Loud roar there from Francis. And he certainly enjoyed that 100. 100 is 100 in any form of cricket. And no matter who is bowling, how we get there. 100,
they declare now. Or is it a water break?
Well, looks like a water break. The batsmen are still out there. And it looks like a water break. And we'll take a break also.
Somebody asked me if that's his first 100. Think he said yes? The resumption of play after the water break. We just saw a majestic century by Elroy Francis Jr. and an equally exuberant celebration. I think he was intimating to the fielders that that's his first century at this level. And we'll have Clark continuing. Hot and humid out there. The bowlers are all sweating. You can see them reaching for the dust and the dry grass to dry the moisture in their hands. Now is the chance for Peters to get to that coveted mark. He only has 16 more.
Speaking of Peters, Al, I've understood that Peters actually opens the batting and bats number 3 sometimes for his club in Antigua.
But from the onset, we both agree that he looked like an accomplished batsman, not like a number 9.
Just that leave alone there a while ago. The way he came across and picked up the line suggested to you that he has good batting credentials.
Opening batsman pedigree. There he goes again. Pitched outside the line of the off stump, picking up the line with the left foot, knowing exactly where his stumps are, and allowed it to go through to substitute keeper Drew.
And it's obvious that Antigua, they're going to bat. If these two could bat out the rest of the day, they're going to bat out the rest of the day. So, St. Kitts winning the toss and putting them in. Must be regretting that. Although, at the end of the day, they might have bragging rights to say that they would have won the tournament.
Antigua would also have bragging rights to say that they amassed 500 or more on the St. Kitts team.
At the end of the day, I don't think there's any trophy to be displayed in this tournament. Years ago, you had the Hesketh Bell Shield and in Leeward Islands tournament.
So it's just a matter of putting out the name in Wikipedia and on social media that St. Kitts Nevis would have won the tournament if they don't get ball out of there.
Well, it's always good to win tournaments, regardless. It gives a sense of purpose to the players.
Snicked down to fine leg. There's a man down there coming home from long leg. One by one to LY. Sorry, that's Peters.
She's becoming a bit farcical, though.
I mean, it's continuing to be farcical.
Well, not from the word go, but it has reached the point where it is. I guess organizers would, if this tournament comes about next year, they would revisit the format. And I suspect that there would be further discussion, more heads would meet, and there would be an assessment of the tournament. And then they'll make a certain decision as to the way to go, whether or not they're going to bring back the same format or they're going to change it.
Well, it depends on who they listen to. What advice they are following. Because I'm sure in their minds this is the right way to go.
Oh, this one is looking to turn it into the onside misses.
Louis losing a bit of his form, his early form that he started with. Well, he didn't take it too serious by offering 100 to Francis without a fight.
Too short.
Louis, let's see if he can pick up his line better. Much better delivery, but spinning outside the half stump. Francis watches it. Shoulders, arms. Gets back, punches it down the ground to long on. End of the over. 437 for 7. Oh, sorry. There are about 2 more delivers left. Oh, he was indicating change line. This looks like they're mooning now. They're playing around now.
I think Louis trying to buy a wicket. He really slow tossed up delivery there. He had asked his long on to go a bit to his right.
No, that's the end of the over.
Peters, though, is not being tempted. He's not being lured into the trap. And obviously, he's bent on making the most of the situation, bent on getting a half century. And he's not prepared to give his wicket away.
Well, he has 14 more. I'm sure his teammates are counting on as well, as they did with Francis.
You know, looking at young Clark, he bowled that delivery. He kept the trifle low. He turned with a sort of resigned look and started walking back to his mark. I'm pretty certain the youngster must be bone weary at the moment. But good experience for them.
He's trying. He tries a Yorker, but kept out by Francis. Squeeze down to long leg. They got a single. Score moves up to 438 for 7. Antigua and Barbuda in this their first innings. Giving Senkis a sun bath at 2.5 hours yesterday. 2.5 hours today and counting. Shorter, covering up his Peters.
Well, Sengis only have themselves to blame, and they won the toss on a good batting track and insulted Antigua.
Two different mind frames, you see. One mind frame thinking batting practice, the next mind frame thinking winning a tournament. Two different paths.
I don't think the Sengis team will be too happy in spending 2 days, virtually 2 days non-stop in the field, though.
Well, if they don't have the teeth or the venom to get the wickets out, then I think they would expect this. The bowlers have been quite tame. Another Yorker attempt, another one being dug out.
Youngster is trying, but he's not breaching the defense of the players, the batsmen out there. So it must be a bit daunting. But I'm sure he would learn from this experience.
On the context of a two-day game. This one is fuller, over pitching, trying for the Yorker again, but going too much up. It played on the full, out to extra cover, no one.
So another over goes by. Still, the old ball is being used. As a matter of fact, we have had some 103 overs. And 102 to Francis, 36 to Ishmael Peters. Louis has been given an extended spell here. Most bowling I'm pretty certain he would have done for quite some time. Making adjustment to his field. Let's look at it. Lots of men on the boundary on the onside.
You wait to laugh. It's becoming comical now. He's just looping up the ball in a mooning fashion. He wants Francis to wind up and hit the ball into somebody's hand, but it's not happening. It doesn't give it a whip. Loops it up again high. He sweeps straight to the man.
Speaking of looping, we've had a few leg spinners over the years in Leeward Islands cricket who were very effective, got several wickets, but they bowl rather slow. They loop the ball up quite a bit.
Oh, and it almost worked. Francis hit one in no man's land just now. Louis couldn't get at it, and it looks like the young man there couldn't get at it either.
Yeah, it's looking to buy a wicket though, Louis.
That's not even buy, that's beg.
These guys I'm speaking about, though, it was not so slow, and they really gave it a fizz, when they looped it up. Levi Kui, for example, from St. Kitts. I could think of Leon Stevens from Antigua. And these were very successful bowlers in Leeward Islands tournament. They picked up several wickets. It was very slow through the air. But they used to mesmerize batsmen in Leeward Islands cricket.
But Kui had a bite and a turn, he tells me.
I think there should be a law against those looped up deliveries from Louis.
Well, he's bowling within the rules, not like he's bowling underarms.
I know he's bowling within the rules. I'm just being, I'm just, being in the moment, I would say. Very slow. Really buying a wicket.
Begging a wicket, in my opinion. Ward comes back. I think you take it more serious than Louis.
I don't want to say I told you so, but I did tell you that there were no designs on declaration.
Lifted in the air, is asking for it. Catch dropped. I goes all the way for 6.
Signal comes down. So Francis looking to fill his boots.
So struck former this time, much former. But low, so it's all around the ground for 4.
Yes, just swept forward of square and into the boundary. Powerfully struck. So really filling his boots at this point. I mean, at the end of the day,
The water is looping the ball up as well too. But not as comical as Louis. They've given up.
so where do we go from here? Is this game going to be called off, or would it be going down to the 4:30, the 5:30 mark?
But it has to go the distance, 5:30. But at 2 o'clock also, the players have given up. Makes no sense in that Antigua wants to about 2 days. They don't want the result out of the game. They're, according to all and his investigations, they're resigned to just take batting practice, willing to give up the championship, not even to try to tie it. And these guys are making sure they hit the ball along the ground, so they're not buying into the begging or buying into the buying. Literally taking their own dear time and knocking it on the ground. Like that.
Weather changing a bit, a slight overcast. No immediate signs though of rain. Umpires are meeting out there in the middle, having a chat.
But I don't think there's much they can do other than hasten their clocks. But clearly the Singers team has given up. They played out 5 wickets this morning, and these two, Peters and Francis, have put an end to their efforts, blunted their efforts. They're seeing no other way to get these out, so they're moving the ball around. And Peters and Francis are very, very serious. They're not going to just give away their game. Almost working the last over. Almost. Plays it down and they go, what, quick single, maybe 1 out is possible? No. But he's throwing it high, very high, more than 20 feet into the air. Serious gesticulations in terms of setting the field, but not serious when it comes to bowling the ball. Oops, loops up, way. And forward defensive goes Francis. Just waits on it. Looped up, tucked down. Oh, and here's a beamer, more or less. Forcing the batsman to take evasive action, and of course, a no ball. Being called belatedly.
No, I would see that was a second signal. She would have signaled before she moved across also.
Just wanted to make sure the score got the...
Yeah, so she would have been right on cue.
And there's a system of communication, so if she don't get the light, she'll signal and signal again, or stay in position until she gets the light.
Yes. Francis being gifted runs, 6 runs, and he's not saying no.
body language of one or two of these players do not agree with this mode of playing. Goes to Tariq, gets one, comes up with the second as the ball holds up inside the boundary.
Are we going to get that one show this afternoon, Al? The weather
We should, but I'm not sure if we're going to get it during the playing time.
condition seems to be changing a
I
bit.
promised you one show for the day. I didn't promise you would come here. But definitely we see a little bit of overcast. Wind has changed. Jeremiah, do you have a short one?
I think it would have bowled some 59 overs today, so the overweight is good. 105 overs per day required. The innings for Antigua so far has had some 106 overs. No sign of the new ball as yet.
Can you have the opinion that the new ball would probably yield more ones? Not that it matters at this stage.
Well, the way they've been bowling to give away runs. So whether or not, I mean, you're right. It doesn't really matter whether they take the new ball or not. If they're going to continue to bowl like that, those looped up deliveries, looped up rather slow. I mean, this is not something we have seen for a while. At least not at this level.
I've never seen it in cricket before. I've seen it in lawn tennis with a charity game. the batsman and the umpires. How much look he stoned that one? They cut.
Don't know. I'm telling you, no, that's not something you should be saying on here.
See that? He stoned it. You can't see. No man stoned it.
I'm telling you, you should be saying it on here.
But all people seen it, you know. You see the joke, but they call out the game.
Regardless of that.
You continue.
No, it's me not.
Yeah.
So, slight overcast, the game continues. The Louis brother in operation. Will we see some more looped up full tosses? Just keeping an eye on the weather at the moment. Clouds around, but here we go again. The slow looped up delivery and played into the offside for a single. Sun has gone under the clouds. Tossed up once more, flicked into the onside. So the batsmen, they're getting easy runs here. Another slow tossed up delivery driven into the offside. Peters in the meantime, he has gone on to 44. L.Y. Francis Jr. is on 124, 469 for 7. Oh my goodness. This one pitches, it's a no ball, yes, signal, pitches outside the cut strip. And it's spun back into the batsman. And a no ball signal and swung away. Louis won the win, but it's a no ball. You cannot pitch it outside the cut strip. And once it's pitched outside that cut strip, it's a no ball. And as rightly signaled by umpire Keller Joseph. So 4 more to the score. Oh, this one is outside the leg stump once more. And let's see what happens here.
Look like buys.
By well, no signal from the umpire, but that's certainly passed far from the bat.
Maybe he just forgot.
Fended this time. 471 for 7. Tossed up, he draws away, forces up to extra cover. No run. This one is played up to extra cover once more. Once more, there's no run. So, going through the motions at the moment. Two batsmen are there still. Peters is on 44. 125 to L.Y. Francis. Outside off. No shot offered. Jeremiah Louis in the attack. He has a third man, backward point, cover, sweeping right back on the boundary. Extra cover, wideish mid off. Mid wicket. And straightish short mid wicket. Wide of the off stump once more. .471 for 7. And it's wide up the off stump. We of course operating off a shortened run. And just keeping it outside the off stump, not giving anything away. Saga continues outside the off stump once more. This time it's closer to the stumps and stayed down to third man for a single. Francis goes to 126 with that single. And just below us, you see 4 chickens led, in fact, Rooster leading 3. They're now running away. This one closer to the stump seems to have gone between bat and pad and just going past the off stump and through to the keeper. So, end of the over. 472 for 7, Antigua and Barbuda. And Terence Ward comes back from the far end, replacing Louis. That's Michael Louis. So Ward is starting with a backward point, extra cover sweeping. But really not giving it the loop that he was giving it previously, really bowling a good steady line and length, really pushing it through now, going around the wicket. Peters back on strike. He is 6 away from a half century. Now some strengthening to the offside field. The short turn man has been placed into a very short mid-on. But they do get another single easily, playing down to a short fine leg. So on the hand side, there's a short fine, there's a square leg backward. There's a short mid-wicket and a very short mid-on and a long on. Here's the reverse sweep by Francis, bringing out something new. And well played 2 and well played for 4. The reverse sweep. So the first reverse sweep we probably might have seen in the tournament.
Well, certainly we've seen it for the first time today. He played all orthodox shots.
Well, the breaking news is that the reverse sweep has now become an orthodox shot in cricket. That has been patented years now. Played out towards mid-wicket over the boundary, caught just outside the boundary by one of the, I think it's one of the St. Kitts fielders who emergency fieldsman who's outside the boundary and 6 more. Yes, sir. The reverse sweep now is a regular shot in cricket. It's just a question of how well you can play it. Oh, the bowler going across low there and throwing Murray off, and the ball eluding Murray and going behind him, and the single was taken.
All to give Peters the strike.
So 485 for 7, certainly approaching 500 runs, just 15 runs away. And St. Kitts has not faced the ball as yet. The St. Kitts batsman.
Had about 2.5 hours of sun yesterday. About 5 today.
Question is whether or not they will get a bat today, but we'll have to wait and see. These two have been stubborn. Peters has given good support to his partner Francis, who is on 130.
Better than good, because he's too is approaching a half century.
That's an edge. It goes down to third man. It was low. It was close to the keeper, just slightly to his right, and probably came up a bit too soon. Catch that should have been taken at this level, but it snuck past him rather quickly and ran down to the third man boundary, rather straight for 4.
Louis Shorty is discussed there as they were trying to play out a wicket.
142 to Francis, another milestone approaching. 150 approaching for Francis. Will he get to that 150 before Peters can get to his half century? Short and wide. No shot played. outside the off stump once more. Francis does not have to play. Louis, well, was preparing to go in off an even shorter run, then back to the run that he had marked out. Son is pushed up to cover Waits field. The over comes to an end. 489 for 7, Antigua and Barbuda batting first.
Well, the vigil goes on. Playing just for bragging rights now. Post a mammoth total, well, they would say on the champions, because if it stays this way, I think it would have won the tournament. And Mr. Francis is looking for his highest score, I suspect, at this level. I think he was indicating to the guys out there that it is his first century. As Ward will try again, but they had a half chances a while ago. Lou was trying to pepper the ball outside our stump and get down to tickle that one. It did so, but this time the wicketkeeper, they came up too early.
Stayed into the offside by Peters. Despite what has been going on out there, the batsmen for Antigua, they've remained calm, they've kept their cool, and they've not given away the wickets. Looking to get it past Jeremiah Louis there at short extra cover. Doesn't beat him and no run. Back. Plays it into the onside. Oh, beats him outside the off stump. That one with the arm. Water, of course, going around the wicket. And, of course, natural variation there from Terence Ward.
Dead ball signaled.
Swept away down towards a fine leg. Shouting just one as it's picked up there by Clark. And just one it was. So the over comes to an end, 490 for 7 it is. 142 to Elroy Francis Jr. and 46 to Ishmael Peters. Fortune tea on the second and final day of this tournament. I suspect that tea would take not the usual time today.
It should. Today's a normal day. We didn't have any interruptions at all. Hence, no adjustments unnecessary.
Flash that by Peters, one outside the off stump, missed it completely through to the keeper.
There's another substitute filler out there.
He's a drive, but well knocked down there at Whitish mid off. No run. .490 for 7 it is. Wide of the off stump once more. No shot played at this one. So after the loopy deliveries, I think it's going back to good line and length and good line of approach. Antigua on the other hand not budging.
Definitely 500 on the cards.
.494 for 7 it is. Ooh, that one passed close to the off stump. The batsman was leaving alone and it just went past him and through to the keeper. So the over comes to an end. It's .494 for 7.
Come to the discussion from Francis, indicating the pretext that some are moving away and some are coming back in. He has to judge well. Well, that one was very well judged as it did clip the stumps. So he got away. Well left.
Ward now around the wicket to Francis, who is on 146, looking for 4 runs to get to his century and a half. He's quietly forward. Tries the reverse sweep. He goes up and he's given out like before. So umpire Keller Joseph, the finger was up immediately. He was trying to reverse sweep, missed it completely, struck on the pads, and the umpire gave him out. So he's on his way for 146, and Antigua lose the 8th wicket.
146 for 8. Well, I guess he was reverse sweeping to one that only pitched outside the line of his off stump. It was in line. As long as he turned to make himself into the left-handed posture, became very vulnerable to that ball. And another one goes on what there was 3 for 69, I think. And then the number 10 batsman coming in.
Yes, number 10 batsman. Coming to the crease. It will get tricky here though. in that if a wicket goes down now, the play could be extended beyond the T interval, beyond the T interval due at just about 240. And of course, if prior to that 9 wickets are down, they would have to play for an extra half an hour to see if the final wicket can be taken. So we'll just keep our fingers crossed. And
you believe Antigua model is everybody bats, everybody try to get a 50. Peters is trying to get a 4 before his, and Pittman is no doubt eyeing up some runs.
Played well there by Pittman. So approaching T on the first day. On the second day, sorry, as Pittman is quietly forward. So there's no letter pay from the Antiguan camp. They are going to bat all the way through.
Everybody bats.
And St. Kitts would have to get their wickets if they're going to have a knock this afternoon. So one is driven up to long off, and Peters rather reluctantly trots to for a single. Seemed as though he was content and remaining at the far end and looked to face the next over, but Pittman wants his runs. It's a strike back now as he pushes up to long off and picks up a single.
He took and get a single, and he did just that. He was 3 short of a half century.
So we're approaching T, as I said earlier on, and of course my time does not have any bearing on the umpire's time. They do have a different time to me, and they would have their watches synchronized. So we'll just have to wait and see what transpires. What I can tell, if a wicket falls now in this over, then we'll be thinking an extra half an hour, unless the last wicket go down rather quickly. They'll play for an extra half an hour or until the wicket goes down, whichever comes first.
Setting his field, taking time to set the field, making sure everybody's where he wants them, giving the
outside the off stump. I'm sure the Antiguan players there, those off the field, would have enjoyed a good rest. They would have had a good opportunity to put their feet up.
And urging batsman after batsman.
Plays it and misses outside the off stump.
It will be the 5th batsman now approaching a half century for the innings. I think they enjoy that very much in terms of urging him on. They were literally counting down with Mr. Kofi James, but he gave away his hand.
And outside the off stump once more. And if he's going to be bowling him out there, in fact, one over the shoulder signal there by umpire Carly Tuckett. So at that rate, it could very well be the last over before the tea interval. So it's, the line of attack has been outside off and no shot being played.
Well, it seems if he's trying to go outside and then bring back one and get them to play a fast shot. They did, but the last time it happened, edge was taken and upwards drew. Couldn't get down in time. The ball went for 4.
This one closer to the stumps. On this stumps, as a matter of fact, and defended by the batsman who seems to be thinking T and coming back after T. Shot turned into the onside quick single. He turn breaks the stump, but the batsman seems to be home. And the one more to Peters takes him on to 48. And let's see. Umpire Tuckett leaves one bail on. And it's T as the players walk away. So that's it. That T. Antigua and Barbuda. 502 for 8. And we'll be back in about 20 minutes time to bring you ball by ball. Go ahead.
The umpires are out, the batsmen are out to resume after tea. We're yet to see the Sankey's team. In fact, they are huddled just beyond the boundary, taking the field now.
I suspect when Peters gets his half century, Antigua just might declare.
But my prediction in relation to the clearing has long since been damaged. Can't predict anymore.
Your prediction? Well, I'm predicting when Peters gets his half century. Remember, I told you that Antigua was going to bat. And so far so good.
So I've taken that word out of the dictionary for Antigua, the batting team. I think when Peters gets his half century and even out in number 11, we want his turn at the crease.
I suspect the focus now is on Peters getting a half century, and then St. Kitts would be a louder knock. But let's wait and see. And this is not an electronic prediction.
He needs 3 more?
Just about.
I think he got a single recently, so he might be on 48.
Yes, he's on 48. And of course, the other 2 wickets could fall before he gets there.
Or he might go.
All milestones, of course.
This looks like it.
They're taking these milestones quite seriously. And you could hear a roar from the Antiguan camp when he got there. And he waved his bat to his teammates, and he himself showing some elation at getting to a milestone.
A fist pump, not as exuberant as Francis, but quite enjoyable.
Well, Francis got 146, and well, he got that 100. It was twice as good as the 50. So let's wait and see what happens now. So first over after tea, and all eyes on the middle. Question is, what would happen? It's not Kamazet.
don't think we have anything to do with declaration in this Antigua lineup.
Well, we'll wait and see. Louis, in the meantime, taking his bowling rather seriously, switching places with players there, but setting his field quite meticulously.
His plan is to feed them outside off stump with the one going away and then bring it back.
Interestingly, he's still operating with a slip in place. 7 on the off. Not surprising, he's been bowling outside off.
Reduce pace. Most of the ball are dropping for the wicket keeper. He needs to take a step up. A little cat and mouse game here. Louis comes from directly behind the umpire. Breaks out now.
So no declaration as yet. Two batsmen out there still. Probably Pittman has told his captain that he would like to get a half century also.
That I would agree with. And in number 11, I'm sure he's part of waiting to come in. He's on 2. Can't be the inner field. End of another over.
Antigua team continues to defend, and certainly the two batsmen out there, they're batting as if they're batting for time.
Almost closer to the stumps. His beating continues with his 7 to field. 7 in the off, 2 in the on.
I've noticed a few deliveries keeping a trifle low outside the off stump from that end, and could be due mainly to the low arm action of Louis, not really coming from full height with some of these deliveries. Even that did not get up.
And reduce space. Sometimes he's bowling off a short one, and sometimes he's bowling off a short of the short one.
Be interesting to know what the mindset of the St. Kitts batsmen, especially the frontline batsmen, at the moment. Of course, Mikhail Louis, Larry O'Dane, the captain, Terence Ward.
Clearly, if I'm going to get a chance not to out, they're not concerned about runs this time because they know they can get 500 runs or even close to that in the time remaining.
Point is, they're out there, they do not know exactly when they might have to go to bat, or if they would get a chance to go to bat. So
the first thing on their minds will be a nice cold shower, because I'm sure they've been sun-baked.
you have a visitor though. So, and there's really nothing to gain at this point but just to bat out. I mean, there's no way they're going to get these runs. Like I said, even 300 runs would have been a challenge. And they must be wondering, based on how these two of the Antigua team has been batting, if they're going to get a knock at all.
Yes, I took my batches out of the wind predictor and plugged it into in the booster, because it seems if Antigua will boast with batting for 2 days. A little animation coming from Ward just now. Thought the ball may have brought something, but the keeper did not collect cleanly. Given. So, me are you? Me? Who's up? Oh, okay. The 9th wicket goes down with a score on 508. The leg spinner strikes to the crease, Michael McKenzie.
With Michael McKenzie going out, I think it's definitely will bat this afternoon. And that's not a prediction, that's a fact.
Well, Terence Watt has picked up 4 wickets. A bit expensive, 4 for 94. There's a chance for 50 as if Peters bats out this over here, there's a chance for 5 wickets.
Peters was the batsman who was dismissed, was it?
Oh yes, Peters was the man who was dismissed. So it's Pittman to make sure that at least Michael gets a strike.
I don't think Pittman would be too willing to give Michael McKenzie too much of the strike at the moment.
You teach him to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Here is Louis off his short one, 8 and 9 paces. It delivers a big hit. Going out into the offside. You get 2.
I think you're going to see a lot of this from Pittman. Probably he might get out looking to go for the big hit. I don't think you would have much confidence in Michael McKenzie, who stands at the other end and stays at him.
I don't think Jeremiah Lou would like a number 10 batsman hitting him like that. So it's going to be a good little battle here for the last wicket. 510 for 9. Moves the third man, puts him into a fine leg. Trying to go close to the stumps. Again he swings. This one's good connection this time. He went all the way. Maximum 6 ones. I think this will be his one shot. Oh no, he was far defensive and taking a single too on the third ball of the over.
Well, this stage, you know, anything goes for Antigua and Barbuda with a score of 517 on the board.
I'm very Pittman is satisfied that he struck a good nice 6. He's on to 11 not out.
Exactly. He would not be too keen about shielding a batsman at this moment. In fact, probably giving young Michael McKenzie an opportunity to feel baton to ball.
So you have no excuse. Everybody got a chance to bat. And at least face 1 or 2 deliveries. Edge.
The finger goes up, does it?
Yes, I heard the edge.
So, like I said, Al, with Michael McKenzie batting, St. Kitts would be certainly sure batting today. But at the end of the day, this match is just meandering along. 517 all out Antigua, 146 the top score by Francis Jr. And one wonders what would be the approach of the St. Kitts batsman. If I were the openers, I would be looking to bat the rest of the day.
Well, they have just over 2 hours to do that. In fact, we'll be under 2 hours to that as we have a 10-minute changeover.
Obviously, there's nothing much left in this match now. St. Kitts, once they do not get bowled out dramatically this afternoon, they're going to win this tournament. But then, like I said, it does not really matter to Antigua and Barbuda. But that's the situation. Antigua, all out, just all out. 517. We'll take a short break. And we'll be back as soon as we have further play. Thank you. And good afternoon once more from Warner Park. The shadows begin to come across the field as we're heading down towards the end of the tournament. Antigua and Barbuda, 517 all out from 120.4 overs. Now St. Kitts would have to respond. And the question is, there's no way St. Kitts is going to get these 517 runs this afternoon. Even if they were batting tomorrow, that would have been a difficult task, but at least they would have had a better chance of getting there. But St. Kitts, it would be interesting to see what the approach of the St. Kitts team would be like. Michael Louis has been in a which vein of form 4 consecutive hundreds, along with Larry O'Dane would be opening the innings for St. Kitts. So I suspect that these two would be looking to bat out the rest of the day. These two. But Antigua and Barbuda, they could have all their fields running the slip accordion and around the bat for the rest of the afternoon.
Yes, they can have an ultra-aggressive field, but at the same time, in the minds of Michael Louis and Larry O'Dane, who fielded for more than 5 hours all day Saturday, all day Friday, about 2.5 hours. In fact, it might have been more. And then, practically, until just a while about 10-15 minutes ago, all day on Saturday. And so, the mindset must be not out.
Pittman will pick up the attack from the immediate center end, and in the gloves is Bartlett Henry. There are 3 slips on the gully in place, and Kadeem Henry, he's the man in the offside at extra cover, short extra cover. Karima Go is the captain out there. There's a mid-off, and Karima Go goes to backward point. So there are 3 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off. On the onside, just the 2. Mid-on, long leg, fine leg. Clipped away, while Louis, first delivery, and he gets 4. So he opens his account with a good shot.
Good shot indeed. It was up on the pads and he simply clipped it around. A leg glance. And as I said before, a not out should be in his mind. Not only not out, but they should push the St. Kitts score to 100 and odd without loss. They have 2.5 hours, thereabouts.
Pittman. He bots his run.
Correction, just about 2 hours. It's about 3:30 odd now. Game training at 5:30.
Just a little longer, 2 hours. 5:30 would be the cutoff point. Even so, just around 5:30 is when the sun would have gone down and it would have gotten dark. But
like yesterday.
Nicely defended there by Lou. To the offside, a much better delivery this time on target. At least the handful of spectators who would have come in today, they would have looked forward to seeing Louis bat. And some of them might not have seen him bat in the rest of the tournament, and they would have heard of his exploits, 4 consecutive hundreds.
But they may have seen it on TV and not in real life.
Pittman is having some trouble with his run-up. Bats his run once more. short on the one hand, pulled by Louis, taking the bottom one off, and it goes all the way for 6. Backward on square. So 6 to Louis, he goes to 10 with that shot.
Must have had a cold shower to get rid of that sun-baked dust off of him, and reflecting that the Antiguans batted all day Saturday, 2.5, all the Friday, sorry.
Well, one thing I could tell you, Louis seems to be a very fit young man, and he was one of the players, probably the only player for St. Kitts who was out there chopping all along. Clipped off the pads, down to fine leg, just a single this time. And he's went round quickly to his right to field. And you have to be a very fit person to be able to make 4 consecutive hundreds. And bearing in mind that
day after day after day.
It's day after day. You know, he's playing cricket, so he must be a very fit young man. Larrodane comes into strike now to receive his first delivery. Much shorter man than Mikhail Louis. Pittman for the umpteenth time misses his run. And at that rate, you know, he would be bowling his first over at 5:30.
But having said that, it's always better to check your one rather than to bowl on the wall or an innocuous delivery.
No, but this is something at this level he should have had ironed out already. I mean, this is about the 3rd, 4th time in the over he has missed his run.
His marker is there. I haven't seen him adjusted it. It's just a matter of his foot placements.
Guess it's a question of rhythm too.
Tends to chip as he approaches the delivery stride. Shortens stride and then goes to deliver. So something he has to work on still.
The first innings he would have started from the far end. Probably more comfortable from that end. On the pads of O'Dane, who gets his first runs, turning it down to long leg there. Quickly back for the second run. And the two O'Dane. So, end of over number 1. And going after 517 for 10. St. Kitts 13 for no loss. And let's forget about the 510 for now. That is inconsequential at this point.
I would agree. Let's see how they can bat all afternoon without loss. If they get to 100 something without loss, I suspect they may get about 30 overs in. If they score a rate of 3 overs, just 3 over, they should get close to 100. At the moment it's 13 of the first over.
Peters, who had a good knock, he picked up a half century, will start the attack from the far end. In fact, let's see, it's going to be Francis instead. Change of mind there by the captain. Peters was at the top of his mark, and now the ball is being given to Francis. But I'm just wondering, Al, whether or not the over to Francis might be an over in which to switch Pittman to the far end, but we'll have to wait and see. Because Pittman would have started at the far end in the first innings, and he seemed to be quite comfortable there. But we just wait and see what happens at the end of the over.
You mean the last
Yeah, the last time we played this, sorry. The last time we played, he would have started from the far. You know? I mean, this match has been going on for so long and one team batting so long that I'm forgetting that we are only into the second innings.
The test match.
So the last time we played ESL, thanks for that correction. My bad, as they would say. Play down to backward point. We carrying Henry Fields and no run. So for Antigua, the keeper, Bartlett Henry, and Williams is at first slip. This one is loose down the leg side. It goes past the keeper and goes for 4 byes. In fact, the umpire signals 4 runs. That seemed to have passed a long way from the bat. But nevertheless, 4 run signal. Allah probably.
I wonder really, he's going to make a contact. I did hear some sort of a little sneak, but that sounded like when you keep him in the course with his gloves.
To me, it passed a good way from the bat. But then again, I do not have on my glasses, so I could be wrong, but the umpire just signaled 4 runs. And Louis slapping this one into the offside, into the extra cover region, and gets a 4. So, Louis is going to enjoy his afternoon, he's going to enjoy his batting.
Well, when he bowled, he struck about 40-something runs off of him, even though some of it was more than that. Looking for revenge.
So obviously, in a rich run of form, he's going to make the most of the short stint at the crease. Clip away into the onside, down to Pittman, who is at backward square, just a single. Tyrone Williams Jr. at first slip, Kofi James second, Captain Kerry Mago. He is at third slip, and McGully is young Andrew, Joel Andrew. Backward point is Kadeem Henry, and at cover Peters. Oh, he's bowled! My word, up in the buckle, he played all over it, and Larry O'Dane goes back, bowled for 1 by young Francis Jr., and certainly he's having a hell of a day, having scored 146, and now picking up the first wicket for Antigua.
Well, my first level of disappointment, I saw the Yorker coming. Several Yorkers went on from the Sinkers team, but the batsman dug them out. I thought Larry O'Dane would have dug at that one as well, but that was not to be.
Tired legs, and tired mind, you know. And that certainly looked like a tired shot. Tournament which stretched over some 7 days with just a day in which to rest. And all of these teams. And in fact, I was speaking to Larry earlier today, and he himself, he said that the rest was not really a rest for him, because there were many things he had to take care of on that particular day. And you know, he was just looking forward to the end of today, when he could have gotten somewhere on the rest. So perhaps a tired mind, tired feet, tired legs in the field all day, he would have bowled some overs and playing all over that. So with Elroy Francis Jr. picking up a wicket, who knows, probably he might be retained from that end, or who knows, probably the idea was to open the bowling with him, but we'll wait and see what transpires after that. This one beats the Andrew Joe outside the off stump, overcomes to an end of the over 22 for 1 Sankits.
But clearly Pittman showed some discomfort bowling from his end.
So I was right, Al, because Peters is coming from this end. Whether or not they would, having picked up the wicket, whether or not they're going to persist with Elroy Francis from that end is left to be seen. But I think the fact that Peters is coming from this end proves to be correct.
Yes, so we're up and we're up above the play and we can see the exactly what is going on. We saw some discomfort from Pittman bowling from this northern end, and we noted that he bowled from the southern end in his last visit to Warner Park. He missed his run about 3 or 4 times in that over, much to the chagrin of the fielders and the batsmen.
Yes, and Peters was about to start, and then there was a discussion, and Francis was giving the ball. Short and pulled away, and so they seem to have lost sight of that. In fact, it has gone all the way for 6, so Louis is not mucking around. He's going at a great clip at the moment, and now we see Joel Andrew being taken out of the gully region, and let's see, it seems as though he's being sent down to a backward square. So Louis is going to make the most of the moment this afternoon. And the few spectators on hand, they must be enjoying this. I can hear a few shouts to my right on the far side.
Where's the original one?
So obviously they're enjoying this.
Family and friends. He did say he bet for himself, family, friends, and nation.
The ball is back. So Peters roughed up a bit there by Mikhail Louis. He goes away. Striving over the infield there at mid-on, and more runs for Louis. So 4 more to Louis. And the hands are out.
He's certainly in a punishing mood. 6 then 4, 10 runs off of 2 balls.
He has raced on to 30, so his strike rate is 300. 30 from 10 deliveries. Strike rate of some 300. 30 for 1 is the score, incidentally.
I was super to see a more sedate approach, betting all afternoon and a quick for 30.
Oh, he's lifted this one over long off, and it's on for another 6. Well, sedate approach. If it's there to be hit, hit it. And no point trying to bat out the afternoon, but put the pressure back on Antigua.
Clearly he does not have earplugs, not listening to me.
Well, you seem to be a bit from the old school, Al. And, you know, Louis is looking to dominate this bowling. I mean, in the days of Luther Kelly, Stuart Williams, and so on, we saw lots of aggression from our opening batters. I remember Logic Leonard Williams, he was an aggressive left-hander also at Leeward Islands level. And even looking at some of the other players at Leeward Islands circle from Monstret, Jim Allen, very aggressive player, Viv Richards, of course, attacking. And they dominated the bowling. They did not allow bowlers to dictate. Louis in form. And he's seen it well. So why should he go out there and try to block? Edges this one.
This good photo.
And it's running away for 4. This one peeling off the outer portion of the bat. He was looking to defend there. He peeled off the outer portion of the bat and ran away down to the boundary for 4.
Well, that's kudos to him because his belligerent approach forced him to take out the man in that area, the gully. He might have been able to knock it down. It probably would not have carried, but he certainly would have.
It was more or less along the ground, so
there's also be at least a chance. He had a chance to stop it or to knock it down to prevent it from getting full. But that man disappeared into the square leg region after Louis pulled the previous.
But look at the field now.
Yep.
All the slips has disappeared. Just a slip in place. Third one in place. Point back on the boundary. Short and slapped into the offside. Out towards the extra cover boundary. And 4 more.
Well, this is another way. This is another form of punishment. My idea would have been 100 odd without loss, but that is not the case. Larry departed.
Well, he's there. The loss is ordained. Larry O'Dane, who played all over one. But he's there still.
That's Mikael.
Mikael Louis is there. He's on 44 from 13.
Jesus, already.
This could be one of the quickest half centuries if he gets there. Pulls and pulls. Well, and it's going a long way out of our sight. It's 6 runs. He brings up his 50 with a 6. And my word, this is fantastic, fantastic striking here by Louis.
This is punishment in another form. We had a 2-day visit by Antigua, but now this time beating these boys like bubblies.
50 from 14 deliveries, and Louis must be have designs on making another 100 this afternoon, Al. So he's not listening to you.
No, he's listening to his teammates in the right and a few fans to the right, and they're chanting and urging him on.
And from 3 slips and the gully, Antigua in that over, they were reduced to just a gully. The slips were immediately dispersed.
But why? You have 500 runs and an hour to play.
Exactly. You know, but going into the back foot, and I would have kept my slips in. Runs in. I mean, the field dispersed, and it didn't make a difference.
He runs because the man they picked out from the gully probably could have knocked down that one. The one that came all along the ground.
So what's going on here? There's a team meeting, and one wonders what the meeting. Well, in fact, the umpires, they seem to have been some issue with the ball. So the Antigua team took the opportunity to have a discussion.
In fact, it looked like he was changed.
Well, that's not surprising, Al. With the hammering that the ball has been getting from Mikael Louis, it's no surprise that the ball might have been hammered out of shape or damaged, maybe striking some parts of the building. And really and truly, Louis is taking the sword to the Antigua team this afternoon. 50 from 14 deliveries. And it would be interesting to know what's the fastest 15 Leeward Islands cricket. But we never know. The records are not there to suggest.
Even without, I'm almost certain that is either close to it or have eclipsed the fastest 50 in two-day cricket. Remember, it's not an ODI, or 2020.
The Andre. Joe turns it into the onside. Is it from hip? Wait for the umpire signal. No, it's bat. So he gets a run. Gets off the mark. And then
we saw a long conversation from Louis and DeAndre. More than likely telling him to play himself, try not to follow his lead. Play your style, play yourself. Turn over the ball into me. I'm saying it big like a breadfruit and beating it like a beach ball.
Well, 517 runs scored by Antigua, and the field is flung far and wide. Long on, long off. Backward point, all on the boundary. There's also square leg on the boundary. And there's also fine leg and third man, all on the boundary. My word. After scoring 517 runs.
But Louis still backing himself to go beyond the boundary.
And perhaps these fielders might be there to take the catch. Oh, he plays a good shot here. He keeps it down. It was short lifting. So Perhaps we might see some sharp pitch bowling here, but Louis certainly played that one well. He kept it down, played it from up to down, so no chance of his kind of catch, and controlled it well.
And you see again, we're horsing the shot. It's a way that they're out there and no sense in to take on the longer boundaries. When they bring it up, he was at Ward or to Basti High School. But at the moment, he's hooking down and he's hooking down.
So Louis, maybe thinking of a century this afternoon, who knows, Al? Down the onside, and he's into his wicket. Probably the young man might be going across a little too much.
It looks that way to me too.
Needs to stay in line to cover his stumps, those deliveries down the onside. A weakness that could be exploited by the bowler. But let's wait and see what he does. Short lifting, swivels, starts of pulling, does not. For DeAndre Drew, the slip sign plays, 2 of them. Williams, James, and the go, Karima go. Gully is Joel Andrew, backward point. Kadeem Henry. He digs it out and gets an easy single.
Where do I go when Michael comes to bat? They are going disappointed.
They are dispersing all over. They seem to have been handed some maps. And they're going on to the long and long off cover boundary. Backward point boundary, third man, fine leg, square leg boundary. You would think that you're in a 2020 game, except that you allowed less fielders outside the circle. He misses his run. A little hop there at the last moment from Francis.
Well, you have a co-commentator outside there as he's counting the number of fielders that have gone to the boundary.
Francis. Oh, he's flashing that one outside the off stump, missing. It goes to Bartlett Henry. The over comes to an end. And it's the Saints team 55 for 1.
You wouldn't believe that it's just in the 2 overs on that 5th over, and they've gone to 55 for 1, scoring at the rate of about 10 or more. Peters returns. He was the one roughed up by Louis, about 4 boundaries and 1 maximum in his last over. The successful bowler so far is Francis. Very animated guy. He squealed and shrieked and thumped the air when he got his century. And similarly, when he got Larry O'Dane bowled, he celebrated by jumping and pouncing in the air. The closing fielders return for the young man. 2 slips on a gully. Short extra cover, man at point. Peters. Genuflecting and allowing it to go into the keeper. Short rising.
Crowd must be begging for DeAndre Drew to take a single and get Louis back on strike.
That's the plan, but at the same time, he doesn't want to overdo it. No doubt they want some excitement in this smooth game. Sankey's team has an hour and a half or so to bat. As long as they don't get it dismissed, it will be a no decision and the championship will go to them. And as you heard before, Antigua displayed in their batting that they don't care. They didn't care about championships. They got about 4 3 half centuries and a century. In the mammoth total of 500 plus.
I think there is a general feeling for Antigua that they do have a number of players in the Leeward Islands squad, and game time was critical for their players going on to a regional tournament.
A crisp drive into the offside from Joe, getting a single. Here they go again. Here they go again.
Well rehearsed though. They know their positions. Kerry Mago just runs up to Peters. The captain gives him some advice and he goes into the deep. So no doubt the trap is being set. And how well would Louis handle it?
Here's your co-commentator counting them and getting them additional advice. Single. And he does take a single after penetrating the offside field.
What Louis has done, he has forced the Antiguan team to move all those closing fields when there are no slips in place. So it allows him some breathing space, and he knows their plan, and he doesn't have to go after everything now. He has a 50 under his belt, and he could continue to bat in sensibly.
You can say he has gotten 551 so far in this tournament.
And certainly Louis quite easily the MVP of the tournament. He has done well in all facets of the tournament, this mixed tournament. 4 consecutive hundreds and now a half century.
So he's at 3-1.
And he has carried the St. Kitts batting, not much to shout about. St. Kitts top of the table, but when you look at the performances of other players,
Francis tried to hide that one just now. Louis went after it, a wide one, banged it on the offside, got a single. Brings Joe into strike. 58 for 1. Francis to continue. The closing fielders return.
Think about it, Louis is not chasing a target right now. Rather, he's chasing time. And the idea is for him to be there at the end of the day's play. So there's no added pressure.
Chasing time and administering revenge. This one peels off the outer edge of the bat and goes down to the third man area.
There goes the blue blow. And I said chasing time because what I mean really is it's just a question of batting towards the end of the day's play.
Correct.
That is what they're looking at now as opposed to targets, because there's no way they're going to get 517 this afternoon.
Up in the black hole, a ball similar to what dismissed Larry then, but Joe is handling that one. They're congratulating Francis for that attempted Yorker again.
Youngster DeAndre Drew, of course, would like to get a good little score on his belt, a little not out. would do his confidence some good. He has not had too many runs in this tournament.
I think he was struck on the helmet just now, or some part of the body. Short bouncer, slow rising, attempted hook. We don't see the concussion protocol coming out, so probably he was just.
No, he was not struck. He certainly went clear through to the keeper.
Oh.
Did not brush the helmet or touch the helmet.
And Francis once again is trying to york him up into that black hole. Drew's coming out heavily on it. Goes out to mid-off. No one.
Stick at the bottom of the screen there, saying it's trailed by 455 runs. But who's thinking of those ones at this moment? Inconsequential at this point.
Yeah, well, those systems are already built in, so they'll automatically calculate and post them up by the scoring system. Again, another bouncer, badly lined down the leg side. Keeper batted Henry, goes one and collects it.
Well, the youngster though is not looking to back away from any of these bouncers. He's not being intimidated. In fact, he's looking to play shots, but the bouncers are somewhat out of his reach. He's a very short man, but showing aggressive intent with these bouncers. But one hopes that it does not get him into trouble.
Well, clearly his mind is on preservation as he's pulling out from most of these shots. And no doubt Louis is encouraging him to stay there, not so much get careless and carried away. The thing is occupying the crease, as I say, the old school method, fight fire with fire. Catch him, they say, but there's cover. There's a sweeper all the way out there doing the work, the hard work. Keeps Louis to 1. He goes on to 54 from 19.
I guess Louis, this is a dress rehearsal for the one-day tournament in Trinidad for Louis. Up in the tempo a bit.
Now, expansive drive into the offside by the entry Drew. This one goes into the boundary rope now. 4-1 says Carlton tuck it.
Yes, his first boundary, flashing blade, ball peeling off the outer portion, being encouraged by Michael Louis. And 4 runs to the young man, his first boundary.
I think he got a boundary before, one from the other end, where it peeled off in a similar vein. He moves to 11. Yes, it might be his second boundary.
Might be, just might be.
Yes, he's asking for a single. Back up, they say. Louis very keen on getting down there. Louis to face Peters. Roughed up Peters in his first over. And he's hiding the ball wide of the off stump. Too wide for Louis to reach. I'll have to laugh. The guy in the stands is really following this game. The white ball, and in true Kittish twang, he says, you're one. Meaning, well, in cricket terms, we say he's hiding the ball. Or even wider, and that's one of the wide of the popping crease. You'd have to bowl that one over. An extra to the score. Peters again to Louis. What happened here? And he dropped. Oh my gosh. His sun was in his eye. Peters was celebrating.
Yes, Peters almost got the better of Louis there. Shot in the air for some time. And it's the captain too. Kareem McGowan is normally a very good fieldsman.
I think the sun bothered him because the sun is right in the west, right where he faced.
But Louis almost gave it away just now.
He's getting all sorts of advice. Now that the field has spread, it'll be better for him to pick off the singles and twos. But he's in punishing form, kept it up, the bat, his hand came off the bat and skied it. Guess he'll have to buy Karumagoa a drink later this afternoon. Clearly his mode of punishment and my mode of punishment are different. So there's going to be a change in bowling. Pittman, who had earlier ball, I think it was just 1 over for 13 ones, a 6, a 4, a deuce, and a single. He returns from the end that he looked more comfortable for him. This time he went straight in. Edge, pass, and he goes. No, he goes through the slip card. Down to the third man. Louis giving 2 chances, and now they're looking for a second one. Is he out?
No,
not
he
out.
got home quite
Got
easily
home.
in the end.
1 overthrow, and a ball guided through the keep slip card. It wasn't taking the edge, he was just floating with it outside the half stump. And Pittman, in his first over from the more comfortable southern end, could have. This time he's pulled hard into the onside. They're going for 1. In fact, it goes all the way for 4. The story of cricket for you. You put down a man and he punishes you right after.
That's the irony of the whole thing. And Louis is not giving up. He's continuing to play shots. He's continuing to enjoy the moment.
Gave a chance and a half chance. Now he considers batting his second innings.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as to say that. He's there. Chances are all part of cricket. And he's still in his first innings.
Just has to be a little bit more careful with his field spread. A drive into the offside.
I prefer to say, you know, he would have enjoyed some luck. But who doesn't get luck in cricket?
According to Gary Sobers, he would prefer luck than skill.
Exactly.
Louis is on 61 from 24 balls. DeAndre Joe is on 12 from 18 balls. 76 for 1. A drive down the ground to mid-off. They will get 1 because there's a short extra cover and a man out on a long off boundary. He comes in and prevents any possibility of 2. Over to Joe. Pittman certainly showing more signs of comfort as he runs in. Hasn't missed his run at all from this southern end. And bowled a good ball outside the off stump to Louis. Had him nibbling at it. It went to the slips. He got an overthrow from that one. Since then he has gone on to 62. Drew remains solid. The entry through, pushing that one out into the off stump, showing full face of the bat. Pittman has a try again. The only wicket taker so far is Francis, Elroy Francis Jr. Karimago running all the way down to the bowler to give back the ball, and no doubt to encourage him in some area of line and length. Three slips are waiting for edge from Joe. He guides it out into the area, backward point area. In fact, I think he's gone all the way.
Good boundary for the young man. That will take me on to 16.
His third boundary. That was the end of the over. Peters to continue. He got a bit of bad luck. Well, Louis got the luck in the last over. A miscued shot, went skyward. With the sun going down the west, Karimago was able to hold on to it. He missed it completely. Didn't even go to hand.
And after being roughed up so much by Louis, to see the catch going down, that must have hurt quite a bit. That's like rubbing salt into the wound. Or maybe pepper for that matter.
Maybe both. Salt and pepper. Here is Louis to face Peters. Covering up, pushing. That's the way. Covering up, pushing for the single in the offside. 1-1. He covers the space out there now. The players have all gone back to the boundary, so he can pick off the ones and the twos with ease. At least that would be my recommendation to him. He doesn't have to bother with me. Joe. Peters. Pushes out into the outside. Up to mid-off. No one possible. Carl Tucker being called to do some repair work to the stumps. He's satisfied now. His construction company has repaired the stumps. And through to face Peters once more. A drive. A good drive too. Trickles into the boundary as there's a spearing dive from Francis. 4 runs.
Yes, a good shot by the young man.
Gets a good tap from Michael Louis.
What was good about the shot too is that he found the gap. He played it between extra cover and mid-off, and the ball raced away. Good timing, good placement by the young man.
Quick single. And those are always available. And it was the timing of that shot that Joe played before was such that the fielder always felt he had a chance of catching it until it rolled away from him to the boundary. Kept running and running and running. Invited by the ropes to come. McAlloway on 63. Peters. Chopped into the offside. He's looking for one. Looking to hustle for two. He's coming back. And Welling.
Throw a bit wide. Throw on top of the stumps could have posed some problems for Louis.
I think he judged it well because the fielder was well wide. He had to do some running. And once Louis got to the stumps before he was able to gather and throw, he darted down for a second one. That's what I'm talking about. You get ones and twos quite easily now. No need for the big punishing drives.
Well, if it's there to be punished, it should be punished. Boundaries are part of cricket.
Now he gets a single down the third man.
But I would suggest that he do not take any unnecessary risk.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
At this point. But if it's there to be hit, he should try and put it away. 90 for 1. No sink it's. And they're going at 10 runs per over. Antigua, though, they have been quick to go on the defense, and they must be reminded. They seem to be forgetting that they scored some 510 runs, but perhaps they do not want to go away having given away too much runs, although they know that the target they set is impossible to be reached at least this afternoon. There's no question about St. Kitts getting to those runs. Let's see, we have probably another hour's play or thereabout. Just a little.
Light permitting.
Light permitting, of course. And of course the quicker bowlers are on, so they might have to revert to spin unless they want to force an end.
Tugged down to long on. Goes to 67.
What Louis has done too, he has given confidence to the youngster.
Oh yes, he's been talking to him every so often and congratulating him whenever he plays a good shot.
Not only that, he has put the pressure on the Antiguan bowlers, which essentially would encourage the youngster and give him some confidence also.
Oh, a wild one. A wide one at that too.
You see, it's not just about talking to the young man, but when you're batting with a senior experienced player at the other end and they are playing well, the confidence spills over to the next man. And along with, as you said, the words of encouragement, that goes a long way.
He's on to 21 from 23. Get a top score of 30 plus in this tournament so far. Steering into the offside. Wait, says Louis loudly. Our sons will probably could hear that in our mics.
Pittman, as I said earlier, has not missed his run as yet. His approach is a lot smoother. He seems to be in better rhythm bowling from that far end, and obviously prefers the southern end of the ground.
No, not that one. Another Yorker like delivery, dug out by Joe, down to mid-on. Louis got excited, trying to get a single, but Joe sent him back. 92 is the score. 9.3 overs bowled.
Not a wasted bouncer. And the Andrew Drews are very short, man, and they're not getting it right for most parts. They're just bowling it. They're going harmlessly over, the young man said. And he has not had to do much ducking away from these bouncers.
Good take by Bartlett. I was down the leg side. He got around smartly. And timely. Here is Pittman. Trying a rush one outside the house stump.
So 517 all out, Antigua. 146 the top score by Francis Jr. Elroy Francis Jr. See the first signs of spin. Kofi James is marking out his run. And they're saying that Sink is trailed by some 425 runs. Immaterial at this point. So Kofi, in fact, no, it's going to be another bowler. It's Glenton Williams instead who comes on. I saw Kofi James marking out his run, but then there was a change of plan. Rather interestingly. We've seen this happen twice in this inning so far. Peters was about to bowl from the far end, and then they switched to Elroy Francis. Now it was Kofi James who was about to pick up the attack, and they instead opted to use Glenton Williams from the media center end. It's been a long tournament so far. We have had 3 one-day matches, 3 days of one-day cricket. I think we would have started on the 26th. The mixed tournament ends today. We would have had 4 consecutive days of two-day cricket. So this will turn into the onside. And they're back for the second run. So Glenton Williams, left arm around. Louis digs it out. Glenton Williams, tall, slimly built man. Laces up his boots, his left boot. He picks up the liner one outside the off stump. Through it goes to the wicket keeper. 69 from 32 delivers Louis. And enough time to get 100. Will he get there? Punches out to extra cover. But straight to Karim go. No run. So Williams has started well. He's kept Louis quiet. This time he gets it down to long and for single. Attempted drive by DeAndre Jones, but straight to Kareem McGoat, extra cover, no run. End of the over, end of the first over of spin. So Pittman will continue from the far end. This one is played out to extra cover by Louis. All along the carpet. Pulls and pulls well, and it goes a long way. It goes all the way, and it goes for 6. So Louis, with that 6, goes to 76. 100 this afternoon, very much on. He drives nicely. Umpire Carl Tuckett skips out of the way, and some fumbling allowed them to come back for a second run. That's looks like Joel Andrew out there. To Louis, 78, 22 runs away.
Well, the guy in the stands is ridiculing the Antigans, asking them to put him on top of the stands for now.
Into the vacant mid-wicket region, quickly through for the first run, gets the second one quite easily. Into the 80s. From 30 deliveries. That's just over a strike rate of just over 200 for Mikhail Louis. Gets on top of one, a short lifting delivery, and steers it into the offside for another run. So with that start, Louis would have had certainly creating some level of interest now, whether or not he's going to get to another 100. That would be his 5th consecutive 100 in this tournament.
It's time now for people to start pouring in the park to see history being made.
In the meantime, DeAndre Drew picks up a single, gets his 22nd run. And having said that, his strike rate has not been bad either. 22 from some 29 deliveries. In fact, from 30 deliveries. So not a bad strike rate by any means for the young man.
$107 for one in just 12 overs.
So the end of the over, it seems as though they're going to take a drinks break, and we'll use the opportunity to have a drinks break also. Well, back here at Warner Park, the players have refreshed. Probably the last drink break of this tournament, as we are heading into the final, I would say, not the final hour, but probably the final 45 minutes or thereabout of today's play. Interest at the moment would be focused on Mikhail Lewis on 81 from 39 deliveries, and question is whether or not he could go on to get a century this afternoon. That's quite a lot of time in which to do so, and based on the rate at which he has been scoring, he can very well get there today. And of course, the Antiguan team would be looking to dismiss him short of that 100 runs. But I think it's at the moment 410 runs behind, and I'm pretty certain they're not thinking of that at the moment. Neither is Antigua. I do not expect them to think that St. Kitts is going after these runs. Changing bowling? No, it's in fact Williams still from the media center end. Young man DeAndre Drew, no doubt, looking to probably come with a not out outside the off stump, driven nicely up to Pittman at cover, he feels. Nice push up to extra cover this time, straight to Kerry McGraw. He goes forward this time in defense. So Glenton Williams bowling a good line and length and attacking the stumps, forcing the batsman to play each delivery. Tossed up and driven down the ground and goes past Francis there at mid-off and goes to the boundary for 4. Good boundary struck there by the young man. Takes him to 26. Over tossed a bit there by Glenton Williams and driven past Francis, who was a little lazy in getting across to that one.
And there came the encouragement from Mikhail Louis. Ball struck ball.
Tossed up, in fact, over tossed, and it goes past the diving figure of Karim Mago at extra cover. This time it's Francis who tidies up, just a single to DeAndre Drew, and he keeps the strike. It was the last delivery of the over. Bowling change from the fine. Michael McKenzie comes into the attack. The right arm leg spinner. So twin spin in the attack. Left arm orthodox from the media center end, and Michael McKenzie, the right arm wrist spinner, being brought on from the far end.
Balls with a bit of panache. Arms akimbo. Flicking the ball from one to the next, one side to the next. He has a little protocol in his delivery stride, a high foot, and then 4 or 5 steps. High foot in slow motion at that too. Comes in with a rhythm and twirls his leg breaks. He has a googly too, and he's not afraid to use it.
Comes up with his first delivery to the Andrew Joe. Pull into the onside. And he's out. So there you had it. First delivery from Michael McKenzie. Pull into the onside, and he's on his way. I seem to have lost sight of that one a bit.
Well, there's something to work on, there's something to learn. He has gotten starts in this tournament. 20 odd, almost 20, 30 plus against Angola. So he's got to learn to carry on these starts into bigger scores.
Yes, and it was not the best of deliveries from Michael McKenzie. It was short, and he launched into a pull shot. And in the end perished. New batsman Cameron Tommy Feather. $120 for 2 wickets. Takes him on the pad, first delivery. Light fast leaving us. Shadows lengthening. December and Christmas fast approaching. We are now into November. He's looking to sweep. The appeal goes up. Mackenzie is imploring the umpire to give that one.
It could have been reported for excessive appealing. Or did she say not? She didn't say not out.
Well, she certainly didn't respond in the affirmative. Penny Feather is going forward. But Penny Feather would be advised to play Mackenzie with a straight bat. He's just gone into the wicket. He has not had a good season with the bat. It's his last opportunity. I don't think he would have much time to get a good score. So the best he could do at this point is to try and come not out. But Mackenzie really posing some problems for him at this stage.
Well, as I said before, Mackenzie has a googly, and he's not free to use it. It doesn't look as if Cameron is reading him. Cameron, Kenneth Pennyfeather, Kenneth Cameron Pennyfeather.
He throws away as it spins across him and gets it into the onside too short mid wicket. But not comfortable with that shot, Pennyfeather. Attention turns now to Mikhail Louis, who's on 81. So winding down slowly. Shoal must be looking forward to tomorrow to get a good Sunday's rest, a good Saturday night's rest. I guess he might be out. You might be out partying this evening now. Single on to long off. The shout there, everybody coming. So they're going to put pressure on the new batsman. And why shouldn't they? They are leading by 404 runs at this point. And as far as I'm concerned, I would not have been protecting boundaries at this stage. I would have been trying to see how many wickets as possible. We could ease out if I was the Antiguan team. Out to cover by Pennyfeather. Swept and swept. Swept a long way and swept for 6. That's a good shot by Pennyfeather and a good way to get off the mark. 6 runs.
He's a more of a aggressive type of batsman, and so he could be encouraged to play style ball and try to block and defend that he's not accustomed to. So it's all about playing your own game, reading the ball well, and according to don't take any unnecessary chances.
Kerry McGo has some words with his bowler, Glenton Williams, no doubt plotting the demise of Pennyfeather. Oh, this one, he gets on inside edge. It's running down towards the long leg boundary. Kofi James has to chase from slip, and they're back for 3 runs. So good running there by these two. Brings Michael Louis on strike. He's on 82. Has not had much of the strike recently. 2 deliveries left in this over. Pushes down to long off and gets an easy single. He closes in now for Kenneth Pennyfeather. It's forward. The over comes to an end. And Louis will be back on strike. He is there on 83. 9 to Cameron Pennyfeather, 123 for 2 Sankits.
This will be an interesting matchup because, in my opinion, this is the main bowler that can challenge Michael Louis. The leg break bowler with the possibility of a googly turning back into him.
Of course, young Michael McKenzie still learning his craft, but has had a good start to his career. Played in the Under-19 tournament here for the Leeward Islands earlier this year. Also played in that breakup league, that first breakup league there in Trinidad, where he was the leading bowler in the tournament. Louis respectfully goes across, stays it up to extra cover, no run. That's short and wide and signal this time. The leverage pass is outside the return crease. Very wide indeed and going further away. He picks up a single down to backward square. So Louis becalmed at the moment after a blistering start. At one point he was going at a strike rate of 300. Now he's just below the 200 strike rate for once. Pennyfeather is lifting this one, attempting to lift it into the outfield. It goes up to deep mid wicket and just a single. That's more of a slog there from Pennyfeather going across the line.
Well, to be fair to Louis, his 1 minute had to drop because the field spread far and wide and there was no limit based on a 2-day game. They were all on the boundary. And so he was content in picking off singles and twos.
Push back to the bowler by Louis. And all that effort for 1 run when he could have simply found the gap quite nicely and picked up a single. But I guess it was trying to pull it out of the boundary. Here's one coming from Para Bat, going behind Louis. There's no signal from the umpire, so obviously coming from Bat and in the air for some time. But going a bit down behind the keeper, and in the end landing safe, and Louis was able to pick up a run. Turned down to fine leg by Pennyfeather. Quickly through for the first run, back for the second. And the Pennyfeather picks up 2. And the over comes to an end. Sankits 127 for 2.
Well, there seems to be no issue with the number of overs to be bowled. The overs have been quite slow. (16 overs). One would have thought they would have gotten closer to 30 overs. But there's nobody getting 14 overs in the time remaining.
Antigua use their fast bowlers for most parts for an extended period, and that, of course, would compromise the situation, make it a lot more difficult for them to get in all of these overs. And the spinners are in operation now. The light has really gone away from us. We're playing faded light, and spinners in operation.
Williams going hard, big. No one will reach it again. This time he turns for 2. This one went into no man's land as Louis was trying to send him into the Basti High School grounds. Not quite to the pitch. He was lucky to get away with one to Peters, which went to hand this one. We can't call it a chance because nobody got to it. It was not strong enough to get to long off and not in the region of the extra cover. It was pushed back a bit.
I think Louis is thinking about his 100 and he's looking to get there before this game is called off due to probably bad light.
Wait, he says that one goes to the offside all along the ground this time. (16.2 overs). Louis has moved on to 86. He goes again, driving to the offside. 1, and that's all there'll be. He's moved on to 87 from 48 balls. Clinton Williams has had a lot of success for Antigua, picking up 3 wicket hauls and a few 5 wicket hauls as well in this tournament, Leeuwarden's tournament. A wide ball outside off stump. Cameron Pennyfeather doesn't chase it. He watches it go by. A quick change to the field. Pennyfeather faces up to Williams. Another one, wide one outside our stump. The son is back with us, trying his best not to go to bed. Slapped in the offside. That one goes over the boundary. Come on, Pennyfeather. Yet another boundary.
So another completed over there. And Louis on 87. Will there be enough time for him to get these 13 runs? Would have slowed down quite a bit. At least compared to the way he started. Of little significance at the moment is that I think his team is trailing by some 381 runs, but they're 136 for 2 from 17 overs.
And Louis to face Michael Mackenzie. In a characteristic style, coming to ball now. To the offside, Waits says the call. As that one goes out with extra cover. Pennyfeather not interested in the single. Louis waits. On drive, single. Out to long on. .88. Needs 12 more for 100. 12 more to make history. To further his name into the history book. History already made with this name. Michael Louis. 4 centuries in consecutive matches. On drive again. Oh, and this time we'll beat the fielder who came in to mid-on, came across, couldn't stop it. We'll have to go and retrieve.
Well played by Pennyfeather. He got it to the left of the fielder who had coming from off the boundary. And once he had gotten it past him, it was to for 4. Well-timed shot also. We have seen that throughout the day the outfield has been rather sluggish, especially around the boundary edges. And the fact that that one restored to the boundary suggested to me that Pennyfeather had timed it well.
Has some broad shoulders, packs a punch, didn't bowl, so now he can focus on his batting. Down the leg side, look attempted googly, badly pitched. He has 1 wicket. He picked up the wicket of Drew. That's Mackenzie. Misses his one. With him just not right. Defending. It's Cameron Pennyfeather. Drops it in front of him. The score inconsequential. Individual landmarks, oh yes. Broad forward defensive goes Pennyfeather. Over to Michael Louis.
Speaking of landmark, actually, Pennyfeather, it's very difficult to see him getting a 50 this afternoon, although who knows if he breaks loose in the time left, he just might be able to. But the focus now is on Michael Louis, who is looking to get another 100.
Well, that's the landmark I was referring to. He needs 12 more runs. He has the bowling now. The last over, he tried to go big with Glenton Williams. Glenton Williams pulled it back for him. The ball went skyward, but it landed in no man's land. No chance, no drop catch, just couldn't reach it. And that's the benefit of him punishing them earlier, because they're far and wide. Always on the boundary rope, the heels on the actual rope, so the man couldn't come in time to catch the ball. Williams again to Louis. Shows it wide, literally wide, as Carl Tuckett agrees with me. Well, I understand his ply. Whatever it is, Louis will have to reach for it. Doesn't want to be in his hitting act. A late dab, sent back. Louis was looking for a single as the ball was dabbed down to the man there, and a short third man. It didn't beat him. He went a little to his left, but Pennyfeather made a wise decision. I doubt he would have gotten there. This time he gets in his wicket, turns it into a vacant
Mid-on position, whitish mid-on, the bowler had to run around to retrieve. Single to Louis, goes to 89. No slip. Cameron benefiting from the exploit of Michael Louis. The field is staying far and wide for him. He too has moved on quickly. He's 20 from 18. He doesn't move. In fact, all that early got a single, as Pennyfetter was not prepared to run, but the fielder somehow pulled it back.
Probably thought that the ball would have carried all the way to the boundary, but the captain, Karen McGraw, being able to pull it back, and in the end they just got a single when they should have gotten at least two. And we have seen this in this match so far. When Antigua batted, we have seen instances where fielders thought that the ball would go across the boundary.
Defensive goes Louis, biting his time, 89 from 53, and it's a 2-day game. A chop down to third man again, as the saga continues. Williams continues to throw it wide to tempt Louis into a drive that he probably wouldn't connect properly with. That touched into the offside. Single to Louis. He's at 90 now.
10 runs to go. Light continues to fade. And I'm pretty certain that we do not have much time left in this game. Time perhaps running out on Louis. And by that I mean enough time to get to 100.
Well, that's the main interest point in this game at this stage. We've already declared that the runs are inconsequential. Francis offering some advice to the young man, Michael McKenzie. He has 1 for 10 from his efforts so far.
In fact, no, this is gamesmanship. This is deliberate. They're bringing on a fast bowler, and I'm pretty certain this is an attempt to deny Louis 100 and to force the umpires to stop the game. That is deliberate, and I make no bones about saying that.
And immediately the umpires are conferring.
Yes, that's deliberate. That's the spin bowler was about to go and bowl, and in fact, we called for his helmet. Tuckett is going to continue. Tuckett and the umpire, they consulted. They would continue play.
At least they're going to let this over finish.
Look out for a bouncer. They are trying to force the issue in Antigua.
I think Louis is going to go after him. So is this Pittman or is this Francis? Pittman it is.
Pittman.
Well, that's the other option, the other avenue. Go wide. Louis stretching all of his 6 foot plus body and still couldn't reach that one outside house stump. But because it's not a white ball version of the game, it's not called wide, but it was well wide of off stump. You call it gamesmanship?
Well, whatever they call it, they have some way of putting it. Yeah, gamesmanship, yes. But I think this ploy is in order to force an end to the game
to
and
prevent Louis from getting a century.
And deny Louis 100.
Louis look like he's gonna bat an off stump to try to reach to reach those wide deliveries as Pittman is aimed at hiding the ball. It worked.
Yes, flashing and taking the edge and caught. And the batsmen walk away. It seems as though that's going to be the end of the game. So, certainly some gamesmanship there by Antigua. Bringing on the fast bowler. And in the end, picking up the wicket of Jeremiah Louis. The game comes to a halt, to an end. That's the situation there. It's a no result. Antigua, they scored 500 and something all out with 146 coming from Francis. And Louis, the last man for Sink is the last one out for Sink is going for 90. Sink it's 145 for 3 from 19.3 overs. It's a no result, so the points would be shared, and it simply means that the Sankits would have won this tournament and Antigua placing second. But the tournament certainly has come to an end. And we were happy to have brought you the audio for the video of these games held at Warner Park. Started on the 26th. They won the games. They were through on the games. And then we had the two games here at Warner Park. There were games also in St. Paul's and at the Canary Point Field each day. So the tournament has come to an end, the stint has come to an end, and we were happy to entertain you, the viewers, and we do hope that you would have enjoyed the broadcast. So it's goodbye from us here from Warner Park.
I don't know what treat tomorrow, but they're late church or no church.
Pardon?
Tomorrow for me, they're late church or no church.
Oh, well. What church you go to?
Reformation Center, but
Reformation Center?
yeah, Reformation Elston Tuckett Church.
Hmm?
Tuckett.
Tuckett.
Yeah. You know Tuckett used to.
Oh, yeah. So many churches in service news here in front.
Huh?
I said so many churches in
Boy,
service.
plenty, you know.
Yeah, finished?
Yeah. So many churches in service news here in front. Needs everyone that goes 60 churches.